And I'm Maxine Birmingham, and I'll be hosting you for the day. So today it's all about the digital health startup, those amazing, brave pioneers who are really unhappy with the status quo and do something about it by quitting their day job. So we're here to support them and we're here to accelerate them and help them grow. So just tell you a little bit about the agenda today. We have to kick off, Dr. James Summeroo will be moderating a panel. Now, James, I believe, has played almost every single role in the healthcare startup ecosystem. And he's moderating a panel on scaling health tech across markets. And in case he's too shy to plug it himself, do catch his health tech podcast and his new newsletter at healthtechpigeon.com. The podcast is available on all the usual platforms. So next we'll have Dr. Jack Severs to provide some vital information on maximizing intellectual property and the value of your business. And then after a break, Jan Berger of GE Healthcare will be introducing us to the 6 startups in the Edison Accelerator run by Wyra. Their demos are also available for a deeper dive in the exhibition area. Then we're going to have the guys from Imperial X, a small program for med students to help them understand innovation and entrepreneurship. They're going to pop in just before lunch. After lunch, John Williams of Granted will help you to get your hands on non-dilutive funding. And then lastly, we have the big highlight of the afternoon, always a big show, the Beanstalk pitching event. We've got 11 pitches then, so make sure you're back after lunch because it's usually standing room only. So now, without any ado, I'm going to introduce James for the Scaling Health Tech panel. And we have Michael Kamat of Kamat Ventures, Andrew Elder of Albion, and serial entrepreneur Rajan Singh. Over to you.
Coming up, guys. Yeah, coming up. Cool. Thank you, Maxine. I'm not at all too shy to plug myself. So here we go, settle in for this long intro. I'm joking, of course. But I am James. I am an anaesthetics intensive care doctor by background. Practiced clinically for 5 years. I've done loads of stuff in the health tech space. I've run a couple of health tech accelerators. I host the health tech podcast. There's the newsletter Health Tech Pigeon. And I'm the founder of SomX, which is a health tech specific communications agency. So we do press and PR multimedia content for health tech startups specifically. So hello to all of our online viewers. The idea for today is we're going to talk about scaling health tech across markets. And I have a really esteemed panel with me today. We've got, everybody I think has got an investment background. Ranjan also an entrepreneur currently. I think Michael as well previously. But I'm going to give these guys the chance to introduce themselves first. So we've got an hour. We've got quite a long panel. So take your time, guys, on these intros. But it'd be great to hear a bit about yourselves, a bit about your backgrounds, and a bit about what you're doing currently in your companies and firms. So Ranjan, over to you first.
Thanks, James. I'm Ranjan Singh. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Health Hero. Health Hero is the leading European digital telehealth platform. We're in 4 countries, UK, Ireland, Germany, and France. We cover 30 million lives and do 3 million patient consultations, thousands of doctors in our network doing that. The way Health Hero approaches things is basically we think to build a scalable digital health platform across Europe, you need to tackle the core issues facing patients on one hand, which is experience and outcome of the issues there. And for the system, everything else put together, I'm calling system, it's efficiency, cost, capacity, and process efficiency. So the way we deliver healthcare is marrying the two, experience for the patient and efficiency for the system. So that's what we do as Health Hero. My own background, I've been building, scaling, and investing, as you said, James, in digital businesses for the last 22, 25 years. I've done it as an executive. I've done it as entrepreneur a few times, and also as an investor. And the industries I've done it in, the previous ones are in travel, retail, and a bit in banking, and last 7 years in healthcare. No commonality at the face of it, but there is an underlying connecting theme that all of these are massive sectors fundamentally transformed by digital. And that's what I see in healthcare today. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
Hello. So hello, I am Michael Nidham. I am a co-founder at Camet Venture. I've been spending my career being an entrepreneur and an intrapreneur, a consultant, and focusing on insurance and health for my whole life. Within Camet Venture, what I've been doing in the past 6 years is building from scratch a set of ventures, 24 in total, across those two industries that I have a passion for, in this, insurance and healthcare. The reason why I've been doing that is because I strongly believe that there is an underlying transformation that's happening at the core of those industries, and specifically on health, a massive one, powered by digital, powered by data, and made necessary because of the change in the demographics, in the cost of human resources, and in the way healthcare system operates. At Camet, we put, I believe, over 10 health ventures on the market. One of them, by the way, was acquired by Health Hero. It's a leading telemedicine business in France. We really addressed, I would say, a broad set of opportunities across health in the diagnostic space, in the access space, in the patient management space, but I would call them all clinical startups rather than R&D startups. And so personally, if you ask me, I don't really consider myself an investor. I never really invested except as a casual investor, when I go to Las Vegas. But apart from that, I am much more an entrepreneur. I always dedicated myself to launching business, to putting together new ideas, to bringing team together, and that's what Camet has done in the past 6 years, and hopefully will continue to do.
Return on the investment from the Vegas investments as well.
It's very low.
Very low indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Andrew, over to yourself.
Thank you, James. So I'm Andrew Elder. I am a healthcare partner at Albion Ventures. I trained as a neurosurgeon and then spent some years working for BCG in commercial healthcare. I think, like Michael here, maybe not quite as many years at BCG, but that was a good training, but always had a view on doing VC and being involved in VC. So I'm not a founder, I'm not an entrepreneur, but I've been in VC for the last 16 years, having been in the clinical system for 12 years before that. So healthcare through and through, I think, like the rest of the panel. And I've spent a lot of time thinking hard about how technology can improve healthcare. I left healthcare with a view to having more impact than I could have done with a piece of steel in my hand. And technology is a way of doing that. It's a way of increasing scalability, access, efficiency of delivery, and ultimately also improving outcomes. And that's, as medics or people involved in the healthcare system, that's what we're all really focused on, I think, ultimately is improving those patient outcomes. Albion is, we manage about 800 million of venture funds. Most of that is in investing in seed to B, but with a sweet spot around Series A, sort of 5 to 15 million pounds. And we invest mainly in software companies. And in health tech, that's really digital care and digital pharma are the two areas we sort of think about. Digital pharma being, use of software and technology to improve the efficiency of R&D and trials, bringing medicines to market, and digital care all around improving access, efficiency of delivery, and better outcomes, in the care delivery pathway. And as I'm sure we'll go into, we think hard about not just how technology can impact that, but actually how you blend technology with people, because fundamentally people are at the heart of care pathways and you're never going to pull them out completely. So getting that balance right and building companies fit for purpose to deliver both people, services, high quality care, and using technology and building technology are quite a set of integrated skills. So I think we'll be talking about that later.
Over the course of the next hour. So starting with Michael and Ranjan, you guys have both built businesses in various sectors, insurance, retail, travel. You certainly have a deep level of experience and expertise in those sectors. What makes scaling a health tech company so different? Why is healthcare such a different beast? What are the unique challenges about healthcare?
I can go first, yeah. I mean, there are two obvious answers, or one more obvious than the other. The most obvious one is healthcare is structured, delivered, and regulated very differently in different markets. And it's like running a completely different company almost, right? So you can't build one thing, one platform, and have one business model and just a steamroll across markets. So that you just can't do. So that's number one. Number two is more intangible. I mean, most digital entrepreneurs, they're used to moving at pace and, move fast, fail fast, break things and all that has become kind of a mantra in the digital ecosystem. And that is a paradigm shift that just doesn't work in health tech, healthcare at all, right? So those are the two things that come to mind. I mean, it's a different way of thinking, different way of approaching it, and more tangibly, just different way of structuring and delivering your business or healthcare.
Your evidence, though, of somebody who is the same entrepreneur that has been successful across those different industries. My question was going to be, do you think it can be the same person that can build in move fast, break things to a healthcare where they have to slow down and do things differently? But your evidence that is possible.
I know that I'm very special.
Aren't we all?
Just kidding. Look, as I said, as long as you bring the nuance approach that is needed to healthcare, and I've learned it the hard way as well over the next last 7 years, and we'll be learning it over the next 7 as well. So the short answer is yes, as long as you cater to, from my perspective, those two things that I mentioned. I mean, one thing I learned is you cannot wish regulation away.
Yeah.
No matter how tempting it seems in healthcare. I mean, you've got to learn to live with it, adapt, and act accordingly. And that was my learning.
Yeah, you have to go through it, not around it, I suppose. Michael, what's your experience?
So now that the obvious answers are on the table, I'm a bit stuck in the corner.
You can just wholeheartedly
Glad
agree.
I went first, right?
Thank you. No, so I think there are two questions in your question. There is one about what makes healthcare difficult to scale locally and also geographically. Okay, so I think locally the first thing is that people like Ranjan that are, I would say, courageous enough to jump into this industry and cautious enough not to make those mistakes of going too fast. There are not that many. Okay. And so a lot of entrepreneurs are going there thinking they will apply the same recipe that has been applied to retail, and they fail. And the fact that they fail creates a lot of anxiety on the investor side and makes it much more difficult to find the initial money. Okay. The healthcare route to market is a very different one than the, I would say, retail route to market. I'm using retail, but I think it's a more general than that. Even SaaS route to market is very different than healthcare. In many of the innovation, there is a long period of time in which you need to invest to have a product that can be distributed. And you still don't know at this point in time whether the distribution will be successful. Very often, you don't really know what are the alternative technologies that are being developed in parallel and what are the merit of yours versus the others. if I take a simple example on something we're looking at right now, there are tons of, for example, liquid biopsies going on the market. You see the Thrive, the great solution, you know, a lot of hope for everybody in fighting cancer and detecting early. At the same time, you have tons of solutions that are being investigated within university labs by startups on pan-cancer testing, okay, which is looking at more generic markers of all cancers together. Now, on those, you probably, I could identify, doing my homework, probably 4 or 5 different stream of technologies trying to achieve the same stuff. It's impossible for a health entrepreneur to do all the 4. For an investor, maybe it is, but for an entrepreneur, it's absolutely impossible. In order to know whether any of those will have merits, you need to go through the initial phase of discovery, get your own feeling that it's going to work, do some R&D so that you can have a stable test that works, and then go through a clinical test that will take, in the best case, if you have the best connections, 1 year, 1.5 years, okay? And only at the end of that can you really test the distribution of the market. And we don't even know when you start if you're going to be the first out of the tunnel. So you see, the nature of the risk is very, very different than the nature of the risk when you say, I'm going to, launch a new hail riding platform. It will take me 6 weeks to put an app together and test it with customer. You see, so even if you can do a lot of pre-testing, understanding of the market, market sizing, discussion, the proof being in the pudding is a very long time in the oven. Okay, so it means that even for an entrepreneur, going alone is a much bigger risk. The bootstrapping is much more difficult to do. The number of solutions that are matured is much less. And so if we don't find new ways of supporting those entrepreneurs, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to deliver innovation at the same pace as it has been delivered in other industries.
So Andrew, you as a neurosurgeon understand healthcare deeply, and you must have come across this at Albion, as investing in software as you do, entrepreneurs that have come to you, second, third time founders, they may have built a business in retail, they may have built a business in travel. What are you going to tell them about the unique challenges in healthcare? And I guess, what are the unique challenges that you're seeing in your portfolio now with those, at least 2 different areas that you're in, the pharma and the more healthcare medical?
I think it's great to have additional skills and experiences coming in outside of healthcare into healthcare, and so the tech entrepreneurs and so on. I think it's wonderful to have that sort of those experiences of fast-moving, iterating cycles and stuff. But I think what we've heard already is that needs to be highly tempered, and it needs to be sort of focused within a framework of this is different, and helping set expectations and point towards the differences. But I think some of that passion, that desire to iterate and to build high quality software companies, we have to get hold of, because let's face it, in healthcare, in the last 20 years, there's not been great high quality software companies built. Whereas outside of healthcare, there's been this fantastic learning about how to build a stack, how to build a team, how to iterate fast, how to have great consumer experiences.
It's sort of harnessing that impatience, isn't it? It's that impatient founder that wants to change something.
Yeah,
I think there is something to say, you're right, about bringing that person into healthcare and going, exercise your impatience here, because we could use some of that energy.
Yes, but temper it. And I think that one of the things that it brings is that utter consumer focus. It's now an utter patient focus, and the world is moving to a more patient-centric sort of approach. Can you hear me still?
I'm sure they can online, yeah.
and that sort of the user interface side of things is one sort of simple example of that. Healthcare is just, if you looked at any healthcare software in the last sort of 15, 20 years, there wasn't an element of patient or user experience involved in it. And now we wouldn't look at anything unless it had user and patient experience all over it. And that's been quite a rapid change. It's only because we're now getting people from that technology world into the world that we're able to do that. Is really important to bring from the healthcare side, and that takes a lot of experience, a lot of understanding market by market.
Yeah.
But healthcare can learn a huge amount from tech, and it's bringing those tech people in, bringing the tech investors in, the tech entrepreneurs, the serial entrepreneurs, bring them onto the board, understanding how to create a tech culture. And then it's marrying the two, because the two don't always sit side by side beautifully. So bringing those two things together is again, another interesting challenge that we now face for the next 10, 15 years that we haven't faced in the last 10 or 15.
Awesome.
Can I add to that? When I entered healthcare, I mean, every sector that we worked in, every single industry player says that their industry, their business is very complex. Okay, be it travel, be it retail, be it whatever. You might be running the simplest business, but it's almost become fashionable to say that what they're doing is very complex. So when I entered healthcare, I approached it with a healthy deal of a skepticism, right? Because everyone I spoke to said it's complex. 7 years down, I have to say that it is complex, right? So it is. I think that realization just needs to be internalized, right? And just like regulation and other bits of things, you just need to prepare for it. That's one. Two, what I learned is, saying you're in healthcare is a bit like saying you're in internet, right? It's so vast that, the subsector that you choose, what you choose to do is super important, right? And the way it is evolving is an ecosystem partnership-led approach, which Michael touched upon, is the way to go about it and build.
Very different. The market is totally different. I mean, the structure of the payer and the incentives are different in every market. You say that the UK is a single payer. It's not exactly true.
Well, not exactly true, no.
It's not exactly true. You have different kind of payers for different kind of operations. If I take, for example, fertility, who's the single payer?
Yeah.
It's the couple. Okay, so it's out of pocket. If I take physiotherapy, it's probably 30-70.
Yeah.
And then people have some private insurance. It's not a huge number of people that do have them, but still it exists, and it's quite a big market, the private insurance. But it doesn't, it's very responsible for detecting the disease, but not really responsible for treating it. So if you say I can enhance, for example, prevention, in the UK, who really has an incentive? Okay, you can say NHS on the whole, etc., but it's still a very big, complex organization to navigate. And if you go to the private world, nobody, because actually, yes, you want to do a good job, but you're not exposed to the consequences of detecting earlier at all. If you go to Germany, it's a little bit, it's very different. You have a small private market that goes all the way from acute diagnostic to chronic disease treatment and management. And so that have more incentive, but they are very, very tiny, and a public offer that's completely fragmented. If you go to the US, the companies are actually the right payer. So actually, how do you really address this market? Cannot be the same in terms of the money flow. And because it's not the same in terms of the money flow, because it's not, I forgot to mention something, some markets are capitated. So you say, if I am treating 2,000 patients, this is the money I'm going to make. Your only objective as at least an economic agent in this market is to grow your patient base. In other markets, it's a pay-per-fee. So your only incentive is to make people come more often. Some markets are right in the middle, like the German one. So you want them to come the right number of time, but no more. You see, the incentive is structured in a way as if agents of this market were not subject to those incentives, but were really focusing on their Hippocrates segment. Yeah. Believe me, it's not the case. Okay, and when you look at the frequency of consultation in the different markets, they are clearly influenced by the incentive. And so for a solution to penetrate, to work in a market, if you don't completely take that into consideration, you cannot succeed, which means that some great clinical solution cannot succeed in some markets, for sure. And yeah, so it's very, very different.
I completely agree with that, and we'll build on it as well. It's clearly the markets, the reimbursements, the payers, it's different. It's also different by therapy area, as Michael said, and demographic as well. And when you start to put 5, 6 different variables into play in each different market, you have this very complex matrix. So when you're taking a product to market, it's what makes healthcare so interesting, is that it is so complex from a go-to-market perspective. So we have B2B SaaS, most of our investments are actually B2B SaaS, non-healthcare, enterprise stuff, and they think a lot about product market fit and scaling, and understanding the point of product market fit and scaling is absolutely critical in terms of building a company fast and making a good investment return on it. In healthcare, that product market fit is so much harder to judge than in an enterprise solution in a non-healthcare environment. And the reason is that your product in every single market is a different product, and your market is different in every market. And a market is not just an aggregation of customers. It's a group of customers who have the same buying criteria and methods and mechanisms and so on. And so if you've got a customer who's got a slightly different buying criterion, for example, a patient doesn't really give a monkeys about a particular piece of technology because they don't understand what it's telling them, well, then the real purchasing power lies with the physician who's interpreting that data. If you choose a therapy area where it really has an impact, say you're going direct to consumer and it's sleep, well, a patient knows if they're sleeping well. You don't need a physician necessarily to interpret that. So you may be able to have a self-pay model. So you've got completely different sort of examples of way that purchasing criteria, the purchasing behavior works. And where there's different purchasing behavior, you have different product market fit by definition. And where you have different product market fit, you have different scaling dynamics by definition. So it's a real complexity. It's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
There's no simple answer. We could be here for hours and hours talking about it.
Well, Ranjan's going to tell us how fun it was. I want to build on this. So, Ranjan, let's talk about this. How early did you think about your international business models? I mean, how did you solve for that problem of scale and adoption? And how early did you think about that? Because with Health Hero, you are scaling internationally, and clearly there were going to be these problems ahead of you. Was it part of the idea? Was it part of the business plan originally, or was it something that you built the product for? It'll be fine. I'll solve it later. I mean, I'm interested in that journey for you.
Amazing question. Look, what we set out to build, I knew that requires a huge amount of investment. And to get the return on that investment, what you need is scale. Okay. And for scale in Europe, you need to be in multiple markets, right?
Yeah.
So that was a strategy right from inception, that we would be pan-European, right? And we knew enough to know that, as I said, every market is different. So we need to do things very, very differently. So we did two things to start with, right? The organizational capability and the tech infrastructure was built in mind, built with European expansion in mind, right? So it's very easy when you are doing things, let's say in UK, to be completely joined at the hips with NHS, and anything and everything you build cannot be transferable outside, right? As a technology. So that is, without going into detail, conceptually, that's what we did, right? But what we did not and could not do is right at the outset say what will be exactly the model in France and how would we do business in Germany, and that would just not have been possible. So what we did build, the other thing into our go-to-market approach or execution approach, is strategic M&A. So the way we think about it is we get the local best-in-breed players who've built their business for the local market. It is in their blood. It's in their DNA. The business model, they live and breathe that market, right? So we take that, best-in-breed local player, and Care being a shining example of that, the leading virtual clinic in France, and we bring the power of platform onto that, okay? And by the power of platform, there are a variety of things. There are those, tech platform. There are those clinical tools like, the medical grade best-in-breed symptom checker, health risk assessment, and myriad of other things, some intangible, the clinical pathways and service delivery models and so on and so forth, and management input, right? So that's how we've gone about it. And that's why we've been able to scale that rapidly, maintaining the local market knowledge and expertise, and if you talk to our French business, the German business, it's as if they don't do anything else but deliver healthcare in those markets. But at the same time, we have this, we call it 70-30. 30% is local and 70% is that part of the central platform. So that's the way we've gone about it. And then to me, that is the only plausible or financially sustainable way of doing it. We've seen various examples, and I don't need to take names here, who've raised far more money than us, but it's still, after a number of years, a 90% one market, 90% one channel or one segment, right? So that's the proof itself.
Really interesting, and you're right. I know companies the same. It's strategic, local M&A to adopt that knowledge and bring it in. You can end up in a dark place, I suppose, trying to hire for that and trying to get boots on the ground and do it slowly and, build all that IP in-house. Is this something that you guys are seeing across health tech? Is this M&A likely to be what starts to consolidate the markets?
Actually, I'd love to ask Ranjan a bit more about.
Please do. Yeah, go ahead.
His M&A and whether to buy or build, essentially. And I'll come back to that, because I think the advent of M&A is now starting to come in because we have this tech layer within it. It ends up being a scalable platform you can then take to any country, because it's sitting on top of the stack, not in the middle of the stack. It's sitting on top of the stack, you bring your whole stack to play, and therefore it's your ability to integrate into the healthcare system is critical, not your ability to integrate into a local health IT environment necessarily. And so, historically, trying to do M&A around Europe on an IT basis was just a nightmare. I mean, I remember working at BCG. We worked for Oracle 20 odd years ago, and we did a massive pan-European case. Could they go pan-European with their middleware? Just wasn't going to happen. But now you've got companies with their own operational stack, and they're going in and they need to plug into a local payer system, patient system. That's where that question of buy and build is happening. And that just wasn't even a question 15, 20 years ago. So it's great to see it happening. We think quite hard about it. So far, we've actually gone the other way. And in our companies where we are going pan-European, there's only a couple, we are trying more of a build, but I think that's purely because we couldn't actually find the M&A targets to go and do it, because there may be, I don't know, maybe they're sort of, just different sectors have different maturity, and this is one of the things about M&A is it follows a sort of maturity cycle. At the beginning of a cycle, there won't be targets to go and do an M&A. I think in more primary care areas, that a little bit more mature, so you've got some targets. But so my question to Ranjan was going to be, if you didn't find the targets, would you have built in those markets? Would you have built in a similar way to the way the targets had built? Or would you have just not gone into those markets at all and chosen different markets?
A great question. Look, slightly hypothetical, because we knew there are targets, and in the sector that we are in, we started in primary care, but we would have is the short answer, because we any platform business needs to scale, and then so do we, and we would have gone in organically and built it. And in some countries where that is the case, there are no targets, right? No right targets or targets at the right price, and there we are going to build organically. Yeah. So there are ways to do it. But look, two things there. One, faced with this once in a lifetime opportunity that COVID, otherwise a horrid thing, but for the sector it's been a great catalyst, right? This once in a lifetime opportunity that was presented, I think we always had a strategic M&A in the plan, but we just accelerated it, and we acquired 6 companies in a period of 9 to 10 months to just build, bring it all together, and then build the platform. Okay. And I think for us, what I really go to lengths to emphasize is one of the things I'd like to believe we are showcasing is that there is not just one way to build a business, right? Because conventionally, when you think of startups, you just think of organic growth, organic scaling and stuff, right? And I genuinely feel that for a platform business in healthcare, M&A has to be in the core plan, and that's what this is another way, capital efficient. Where do you deploy your capital and resources to build scale? You can do it organically, or you can do smart M&A, right? And that's why I'd like to think we're trailblazing in that right from the inception as a startup, having built this into our plans and infrastructure, right? So that's how we've gone. So it's a business model innovation as well as what you referred to as bringing in the platform and plugging in the local side of it. So there is a tech part of it, but there's mostly a business model part of it.
So it sounds like you're choosing the markets you want to enter, and then you're saying, well, if you can go M&A, then that's a short circuit to it. Therefore, why not? But if you can't, it's still the right market to go for. Then let's build. But maybe it's just not quite such a priority as where you've got an immediate M&A target.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's helpful.
So are you guys seeing this across health tech then? Is there much more M&A to be expected in the future? Are we going to consolidate? Are we going to see a few big players rather than lots of little ones? Is that the future of health tech? Should the ambition of a few seed and Series A companies now to be acquired, is M&A going to be common in health tech moving forward?
May I share my point of view on this one? Listen, I think health tech is super diverse, we said. So there are elements of the health tech system, of the health system, that are scalable. And so I expect there to see companies consolidating, at least on a national level, and maybe on an international level if initiatives like Health Hero succeed. But still, if you ask me, I still believe the platform logic is a challenging one. It's a very good thing to be able to build. If it was possible, it would create massive value, but it's very challenging because I'm not even speaking of the tech stack, also because of the cultural way healthcare is managed in different countries, the way people relate to it. And so it's also a shift to have patients change their habit and enter into a more processed and standardized way of managing them. But then if you look at health tech more broadly, even though it's probably as wide as internet, I believe that there will be many places for standalone point solutions, competition, and limited consolidations. And also there are tons of segments that are big enough for 1-2 players, but not big enough for a massive. And I'm saying big in terms of market, but I'm also saying big in terms of a magnitude of IP that you can develop in it. So I think it's really a mixed industry where you will see for the probably patient management and access to care and probably also chronic disease management, some platforms being progressively built, but that will depend on point solutions where you are likely to see more local and less concentrated players. That would be my guess, honestly. And I think there is it creates a broad spectrum of opportunities for entrepreneurs, potentially also for investors, because some of them are probably tinier but more secure than others.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And just adding to, I think, another driver for seeing more activity, so acquisition activity and consolidation is going to be the capital. The thing that's changed in the last couple of years is an enormous wave of capital where you have huge amounts of capital with huge ambition looking to deploy quickly, and you therefore drive an ambition for scale. Often the only way to get that scale quick enough is to buy things, whether it's point technology solutions, whether it's scale in a particular country, or just pure volume across the board. I think that's going to be a big driver. And so as long as that keeps coming, then there'll be some consolidation.
Write-off is also very good to use capital, you know.
What's that?
Write-offs.
Write-offs.
Yeah, they are very, very, very good. They can be very quick.
And there will be some of those. Yeah. Actually, I just want to add one caveat. We've talked all about care so far, digital care and care provision. The digital, we look at digital pharma and think about selling software to pharma and into trials. That's much more like a regular enterprise sale, not completely. it's somewhere in between the two. But from a scaling perspective, it is easier. It's global customer base. It's very much more homogeneous product. So product market fit is easier to tell. But it still does have some idiosyncrasies around regulation and validation of software and tests and so on.
Well, I would like to go a bit more practical now into some of those examples. When you guys think of your portfolios, who's scaling well and why? What barriers are there that your portfolio companies have overcome particularly well, or indeed gone around when you think of your portfolio company specifically?
You mean scale in general, not mechanically?
In general, yeah. I mean, there are obviously plenty of barriers to scale. There's regulation, as Andrew said. There's plenty of others, loads of adoption challenges. I mean, the companies that scale well, what do they do differently?
Well, I think most of our companies, when they're at the moment of scale, so far have been scaling quite well. With always challenges and difficulties at some points of their growth trajectory. But most of them on the health space, at Camet, we have 10 growing quite well. Now, the challenge for me, the point is, I'm not sure what they do different from one another. What they have done well in the first phase is adapt very, very well to their market conditions, understand very well, what drives the sales of their product, adapt their product to the specifics of the different users, buyers, etc., so that they are in a situation to scale. And what I can see is there are some challenges because, when they believe they need to upgrade the product because they will address a wider market, every time they do that, it slows their growth quite a lot because suddenly their previous customer like it a little bit less. And so the fine-tuning of product market fit in this environment of health, for me, is quite certain. Yeah.
I completely agree. That is the hardest thing, I think, in healthcare is going from product customer fit, which quite a lot of companies get quite early, and you design a product for 1 or 2 customers and it all looks great. And then you go out and you try and sell to the next 10, 20 customers and you realize that actually they want something slightly different. So the ones that we find, that when they hit that point of inflection, whether it's digital care or digital pharma, it's when they've got a broad enough product suite to serve that customer need, but not so broad that you're selling a million different things. So there's getting that balance. So having a breadth of product that you can sell repeatedly over and over to lots of customers, then those lots of customers, that's your market. Not your first 2 or 10 customers. It's the 100 customers who all want the same product that you're offering. It may be a broadcast product, may have several products within that product offering, but getting that product built and understanding that customer demand is the toughest thing, and timing is everything. And so we've invested in companies where we're still invested 7, 8, 9 years later, and they're still trying to get that product market fit, or the market's catching up with their product and their product was ahead of market or whatever it was, and they're absolutely taking off now because suddenly things have changed in the market and suddenly the product is fitting. So
do you want concrete examples? That's
yes,
what you
please.
wanted. Okay, so I'll give you a couple of concrete examples. We have a company on the fertility space called Apricity. Okay, that their business model is to create a virtual clinic to provide fertility services to patients and to make the fertility much more patient-centric, deconstructing a little bit the, I would say, clinic model where people have to go there for tests, results, drug prescription, and surgery. Okay, and the whole follow-up and offering to couple to deconstruct this journey, work with the therapists that they want, work with the hospital that they want, with the provider that they want in terms of test, while keeping together I would say the fertility process. So it's a relatively simple to understand offer. Now, when you look at that, who are the clients? Okay, the clients are the patients. It's an out-of-pocket. The clients are the company or the insurers that want to reimburse it. The clients are the clinic with whom you need to work because you're not doing active surgery within this digital platform. Okay, the clients are the doctors. The clients are the labs. The clients, it's a very broad set of clients. So they are doing egg donation. So the clients are also the donors. Okay, so when you look at it overall, you see that the number of clients is very, very large. For 1 year, 2 years, the company was just trying to understand how to position itself vis-a-vis each of those and how to adapt the detail, not the broad offer, the detail of the offer, the operating model with every one of those different players in the ecosystem that all are clients. Now, if you look at, and so until I would say mid into COVID, they were in this phase. And it's a company, so it took 3 years and something. Since they had cracked that, the growth of the business is coming at pace, month after month, achieving a nice ARR. So you see also, when you go to raise money for something like that, something super difficult because people like my friend here, but they want something that's simple, you know, a SaaS model is super easy to understand. You sell it for 100, you have 72 margin, you have acquisition cost, you have a LTV, and so if you make the math, it's a simple curve, you will become very profitable. A model like Apricity, you know, it's a combination of a SaaS model and clinical delivery. So when you sell for 6,000 or 7,000 or 300, depending on what you sell, you have some provision of service, human cost, and technology and SaaS. And so getting those model finance is also challenging because before you can really demonstrate the growth, you have to, but is your model B2B? Is it B2C? And the reality, it cannot work on only one of those. It has to be successful, a breadth of connectivity that makes it financeable and possible to grow. So it's quite tricky. Huh?
And we need more investors who understand that combination.
Tell me about it.
Ranjan, we've got a few minutes left. Where do you sit on something Andrew mentioned about customizing for every customer, one cookie cutter approach? I mean, how do you approach that problem?
Wow. We don't. Okay. No, let me take it back.
So it's one thing for everybody. That's it.
Let me
That's
take it back. Let me take it back. Not for individual customer as in an individual, but certainly, look, I mean, for big strategic clients, our entire offering is that we're not a one-size-fits-all kind of offering, and we've modeled our offering so that it could be bespoke. So when we work with large strategic clients like big insurance, we're really able to customize what we deliver, right? Now, if we go down that spectrum to, let's say, our corporate offering, right? It is more a standard package of a corporate offering, which is a well-being app with a clinical services core, right? That we do not customize because this goes more on the spectrum of the kind of SaaS offering that Andrew was referring to, where you can, pretty much across companies and across markets, employ health and well-being is largely similar with certain nuances, and you deliver that as one. On the other side of the spectrum, when you're doing, let's say, selective agreements in Germany with different insurance companies, and they might go down the route of certain disease areas or certain, geographies and stuff, which is completely customized to that particular insurance company in that region, and that's what you've got to deliver, right? And things which other insurance companies and NHS, for example, comes this side of the spectrum, but not as hugely customized to that. Something which Michael mentioned, which resonates, right? The conventional thinking is, a business in the early stage has to keep things simple and do one thing well. You know what? In the space that we operate in, that's just not a choice. So when I'm explaining my business to certain people, they say, oh, man, it's like you're playing 5-dimensional chess, right? Because, it's different markets, it's different stakeholders within those markets, it's different B2B, B2C, B2G, and then there is no one B2B. There is, within B2B, there are different criteria. Ultimately, the companies who will become and who are becoming successful have developed this into a fine art, and it's intuitive, and they're not following some theoretical constructs that you have to do just one market, one segment, one channel, and just you have to scale. You have to be far more agile and intuitive than that to scale in the sector that we are. So there are no simple answers, unfortunately.
Awesome.
Yeah, it comes back to, if your ambition was to build the fastest scaling, biggest company you could possibly build, you would not choose healthcare. So why is everyone in health? We're all in healthcare for usually for different reasons. And if you have chosen healthcare because you want to build the biggest company and scale it as fast as possible, you've made the wrong decision. So most people are here because they want to have, create great companies, but which have a great purpose or set of outcomes. So that's another, I think, big thing which is different about our sector, which is often overlooked. And as a result, I have to go up again in investment committees against, not against, but I compete for funds against my B2B SaaS colleagues who are, in fintech and stuff and scaling, off the charts. And I come along with my sort of slightly sanitized healthcare, slightly complex go-to-market strategy and, long, complicated service tech. And everyone's like, it's going to be a long old haul, isn't it? And they look at the sort of record in the past and go, yeah, everything takes twice as long. Why are we doing that? Well, if you ultimately want to be investing in good companies which have a big impact in the world, then, healthcare has got to be a part of it. So there is a bit of a trade-off, but you can still make great returns. So that's why people are.
Michael, this is the final word. If you want to.
No, but exactly. Let's not be too discouraged. Huh? There are good returns also in healthcare. It's also a matter of how do you deal with it. I think you need probably to depend a bit more on the ecosystem. You probably need to get your fact a little bit straight sooner and earlier. You need, in the early phase, to spend to be quite lean on the way you use your money, so that you really focus on getting the few hurdles right, so that you really have something to do. But once it is done, there are still some very nice scaling model. We have a few companies in our portfolio that are progressing very, very well, raising funds, growing, etc., etc. And I just want to add one thing. I think Rajan is too modest. They have built in Health Hero the most versatile tech platform for frontline healthcare delivery that is on the market. That's why they're able to scale. Maybe they are smart in acquisition, but it's very clear that the attention that is paid in Health Hero to quality healthcare, the flexibility of the platform of the offer of service is making a huge difference versus competition. So I heard you saying no. I won't say no. I mean, what has been designed there is honestly very impressive, and I know it quite well because we spend a lot of time together exchanging notes and models, and I must say it's a super impressive achievement. So.
Let's just stop on that note.
I think so, guys. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me. And if you in the audience or anybody online wants to hear more from these guys, each of them has been on an episode of the Health Tech podcast. So by all means, find that wherever you get podcasts. Thank you, guys. A round of applause for the panel.
Okay. Are we ready to go? 3, 2. Great. Welcome back, everybody. So part 2 of our scaling startups across markets. Now we're going to have a conversation about intellectual property. So is intellectual property the only property that goes up in value, or is it just a house of cards? So Dr. Jack Severs is here from JJE. Now, Dr. Jack is actually a physicist, material scientist, as well as a patent attorney. So intellectually no slouch. So I think he's in a great position to tell you all about it. So please welcome Dr. Jack Severs to the stage.
There we go. Hi, everyone. It's the first time I'm more used to giving these presentations to my webcam over the last 18 months, but yeah, looks like we're sorted now. So yeah, thanks a lot, Maxine. As Maxine says, my name's Jack Severs. I'm a UK and European patent attorney, and I lead the health tech group at GJE. GJE are a specialist IP law firm based here in London and also in Munich. I'm also an IP advisor to a number of accelerators and incubators across London. And the focus of my work is really advising health tech companies of all sizes, but particularly early stage companies how to use IP strategy to protect their innovation. And I think IP strategy is particularly relevant at the moment. We're going through a period of rapid innovation in health tech. But my experience is that there's still a lot of misconceptions out there about the best way to protect these technologies, particularly new digital health innovations, which really fall at the intersection of a number of kind of complex areas of laws, which I think is the reason why there's a bit of uncertainty about the best way to use IP strategy to protect these inventions. So my aim today really is to explain what we mean by IP strategy, and then actually go on to look at some of the questions that come up most often in my discussions with health tech companies. So actually look at 5 points, which I'm hoping will be relevant to some of the companies here today and watching virtually, to discuss, some of the most important considerations in IP strategy. So as I just mentioned, we're really undergoing a period of rapid innovation in healthcare. The graph on the right, if you can see that, shows the numbers of patents filed last year at the European Patent Office. And what it shows is that there were more patent applications filed for health and medical technologies than any other field. As you might expect, biotech and pharma patents also increased rapidly. And we're also seeing really strong innovation in computer tech and digital communication. And it's particularly these technologies which are now being applied to solve problems in healthcare. But a point, just an observation I'd like to make about this, the graph on the right there shows the top applicants, so i.e. the companies filing the most patent applications. And what this shows is that actually the companies filing the most patent applications are predominantly in the digital communication and computer technology space. And actually, you've got to get pretty far down the list to about the 15th or 20th company before you get to a company that's filing patent applications in health tech. And what I think that shows is that, this innovation that we're seeing is really being borne by the small companies, so innovative SMEs, like some of the companies we're going to be hearing from later today. And I think that's really promising. But innovation is all well and good. But what those companies really want to do is harness that innovation to grow the business, to seek investment, and ultimately to promote the widespread adoption of those technologies. And what I'm going to argue is that IP strategy is what's needed to be able to do that. So this is one demonstration of why IP strategy is important. This is data from a report from economists at the European Patent Office, who surveyed, I think, about 170,000 SMEs across Europe. They looked at their IP portfolios, and they looked at how successful they were as companies in terms of how quickly they were growing. And what the graph on the left shows is that actually those companies with an IP portfolio were much more likely to be high growth companies. It's got to be taken with a slight pinch of salt, given that there's a clear marketing angle here from the European Patent Office trying to encourage people to file more patent applications. But I think, nevertheless, it does show a clear link there. And what I find more interesting is actually this graph on the right, which shows that those companies that are using the IP system as a whole, i.e. filing combinations of design rights, trademarks, and patent applications together, are much more likely to be these successful high growth companies. So what is IP strategy? Well, I'm sure many of you will be familiar with the basic IP rights. So I won't go into too much detail on what each of those do. But a key point I want to get across today is that IP strategy goes beyond simply filing a patent application or registering a trademark. It's about asking how that would bring value to the company, and assessing that value really means that you need to look at the specifics of the technology, the business plan, and the environment in which the company's operating in, and then making a thought through strategy based on those factors. And so my job involves working with both health tech companies to help them develop and implement an IP strategy, and review that as the company grows, but also we're on the other side with investors, so supporting IP due diligence, looking at the IP portfolios of potential investment targets, looking at the strengths and weaknesses, and then providing advice, recommendations in how they can strengthen the IP position of those companies and reduce the risk in their investment. And obviously that work feeds back into the advice that we can give to early stage companies in how they can strengthen their IP position to become investment ready. So to summarize, the key point I want to get across is that it's not simply about filing IP rights because if you have the opportunity to do so. It's about asking what value those would bring. It's about use of the IP framework as a whole, an ongoing plan to develop and capture your IP, a plan to mitigate and manage the risk from third-party IP rights, so your freedom to operate position. And the kind of headline point is that this will depend on the specifics of your technology, your exit plan, competitors, and the global IP environment. Okay, so that's kind of a very brief summary of what we mean by IP strategy and trying to kind of demonstrate its importance. What I want to do now is try to bring out some of the points that I discuss most frequently in these conversations with health tech companies. It's a difficult thing to do. If you were here for the last panel, you would have heard that, you know, health tech is a very big space. There's lots of different technologies within that umbrella. But these are some of the points that I find myself discussing most often. And I'm hoping that a lot of them will be relevant to people watching here today. So in order to demonstrate some of these points, I think it's useful to look at an example to illustrate some of these. So this is a fictional company, PlaqueSnap. They're developing a technology which involves assessment of your oral health. So a user can take a picture with a smartphone of their mouth. That image is then sent to a trained machine learning model. It's processed to provide an output in terms of a health condition prediction, to provide an indication of your gum health and your plaque levels. So you'll probably be able to identify possible different IP rights that might be relevant here. So I'll use this as an example to kind of demonstrate and discuss some of the topics that come up most often. I would say without a doubt the topic that I discuss most frequently with health tech companies is whether and how they can protect their software innovation, particularly whether they can file a patent for their software. There's a lot of misconceptions, I think, out there around this. So I'm trying to give some kind of practical guidance to demonstrate this, although I think I could probably give this full talk just on this one question, but I'll try to summarize the key points. So just like any other invention, a software invention needs to firstly be new, i.e. have at least one new feature over anything that's been done before, the closest thing that's already out there in the public domain. It needs to be inventive. So those new features need to solve some kind of problem in arguably a non-obvious way. So they're the kind of two common requirements to any invention. The source of most of the confusion is this third requirement that the invention needs to be what's called technical. And the kind of difficulty here is that there's no one black and white definition for what technical is. It's intended to be to evolve with the case law. You know, when the patent statutes were being written, people weren't using machine learning routinely, you know, to solve problems. So it's had to adapt to new technologies as the Patent Office decides through case law what is considered technical and what isn't. But these are some of the most relevant issues, I think, to health tech. So the key point is that a technology is technical if it doesn't fall within one of these fields, which the Patent Office excludes from patentability. So from ones that are particularly relevant to health tech are on the right. There's a large number of software platforms out there, digital health platforms, which connect patients with clinicians, which provide information on particular conditions. And these, there's a number of very successful companies which are producing these, and they're really important to solve some of the problems with, providing remote care more efficiently and so on. From a patent perspective, if you are using routine software to provide new information or connect patients and clinicians in this way, that's very unlikely to be considered patentable unless there's some particularly innovative aspect to that software. Another common one that comes up is where you're kind of using routine software to automate administrative procedures. So one example that I've seen a couple of times is a platform which takes input as a patient questionnaire and then calculates a treatment plan based on that. So again, it's kind of using conventional software, but just using it to automate an administrative process. The final one is that the Patent Office says you can't have protection for a mathematical method. This is very relevant because obviously AI models, machine learning methods are mathematical methods. So what are the issues here? Well, actually, you can get around this if you are applying a mathematical method, so a machine learning model, to solve a particular problem in health tech. And the key point I want to get across with this is that the Patent Office does look very favorably on healthcare and medical problems and using software to solve issues within this field. So if you're using software to control some hardware or receive input from some hardware, if you're using software to process data to provide some kind of output on a health condition, for example, using a machine learning model to process patient data to provide a health condition prediction, then that is very likely to be considered technical and patentable. So a brief comparison here, we've got PlaqueSnap on the left. They are applying software to process some patient data to provide a health condition prediction, to provide this indication of gum health. And so that is certainly a technical application. The image on the right is intended to illustrate a physiotherapy platform which connects users with physiotherapists, which provides information on physiotherapy. This might be the first software platform ever to do that. Might be the first physiotherapy platform out there where you can do this kind of virtual physiotherapy. But if it's just using conventional software and all the new features relate to the type of information which is being provided, that is very unlikely to be considered technical, and you'll need to look to other means to protect that kind of innovation. So yeah, that won't be considered technical by the Patent Office. I think a particularly relevant question which isn't asked so much by companies that I speak to, but I think is arguably more important, is actually this question of, is patent protection the right option? Because I think often there's kind of pressure, or investors ask, have you filed a patent application? That leads companies to go to speak to a patent attorney and say, oh, okay, well, can I file a patent application? And their eyes probably light up and they say, yeah, sure, I'll file a patent application for you, without anyone actually ever asking, what is the value of actually filing this patent application? And so in this situation, say the new innovative aspects are the algorithm. So, they've developed a new machine learning model which processes these images a lot more efficiently. Yes, in theory, they can get patent protection for that. But would that actually bring any value to the company? Would PlaqueSnap ever be able to tell whether a competitor was using those same algorithm features to be able to enforce their patent? If it's all back-end features, that's very unlikely. On the other side, at the heart of the patent process is this agreement whereby you can have a 20-year monopoly for your technology, but you need to disclose exactly how it works. And so their algorithm, which they might otherwise have kept confidential, they now have to publish, and it will be released to the public. So you really have to look at the specifics of the business model and ask what value is that patent application going to bring. And there's lots of different factors here. If they could protect that broadly so that it would map onto the kind of front end of a competitor device, then that could be really strong protection. If you're protecting aspects in how that image is prepared and sent to the algorithm, that could be really strong protection. But you need to look at how broadly it can be defined. There's other aspects. Is a patent important to licensing negotiations? Are you going to publish anyway on your results? So there's just a lot of factors that need to be taken into account. But make sure you always ask your advisor, is patent protection definitely the right option? This third issue is one which I think is becoming increasingly important. It is the fact that most patent systems around the world do not allow protection for medical methods, so methods of treatment performed on a human. And that's supposed to stop clinicians being restricted by any patents out there from treating a patient. The conventional wisdom here is that, that doesn't matter. It's really easy to get around. You can just file for a product. So rather than claiming the method, you claim some apparatus which is used in the method. I don't think that advice is quite as relevant as it used to be, particularly because there's a lot of new technologies such as digital therapeutics, which this is really relevant to if you're using software to provide therapy. Another area which we're focused on quite significantly is the use of software to control some kind of process in surgery or therapy, because if you're in that case, it really is a software method which is providing the therapy. And in combination with this, there's some kind of new case law in which these exclusions are kind of being interpreted more broadly. So my point here is really just to make sure that you ask your patent attorney if you're working in these areas. I think sounds like I'm running out of time, so I'd like to kind of go through the last two quite quickly. The first one is I'm often asked when's the right time to file a patent application, or the question I often get asked is, do I have to get this working perfectly before I file a patent application? The answer is no. You can file a patent application to an idea before you've done any kind of research at all. But what I would say is that if you haven't done sufficient development to really understand the key features, then the patent application is not going to be particularly valuable. So you need to weigh up where you are in the development process. Do you have a requirement to disclose? And also, of course, funding is relevant as well. But I can chat to anyone who's got questions on that in more detail afterwards. The last one is ownership, just because this is the area where we see the most kind of issues, and particularly in due diligence, where looking more closely at a company's portfolio, you find out that actually they don't own the IP. They think they do. And it's particularly relevant for health tech companies because, there's a lot of collaboration. There's often different parties involved. So the key point is just make sure from an early stage you've got agreements in place to understand who owns the IP, how the IP passes to you so that you can file a patent application. Okay, pretty much final slide. I've kind of rattled through a few of the key issues there that come up the most often, but as you'll kind of gather, it really does depend on the specifics of the company and the technology. You should tailor your IP strategy to those things. You should really ask the question, what value is this approach bringing to the company? And I would always suggest starting early is really important, because you can really just with a small amount of consideration at an early stage, avoid some of the mistakes, and build significant value for later on in the process. And this last slide is just a bit of a plug really for GJE, but on that starting early point, that's the reason we provide these kind of free consultations for companies at an early stage. They have the opportunity to talk through some of their considerations, some of their questions on IP. And so if you are interested in one of those, please do get in touch. I'm not sure this 2D barcode will work quite as well as when I'm doing these presentations just online. But yeah, come and get in touch. Come over to our booth, which is just out here on the right. And yeah, happy to answer any questions. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Jack. So we're going to take a break now until 11:30, but please, if you want to see the amazing 6 startups in the Edison Accelerator of Wyra, do make sure you get your seat here before 11:30. So to the giant pitching for the future track. Today we're going to be really doing that. In the next hour, you're going to be listening to some fabulous presentations from startups who are involved in the Edison Accelerator, which is a collaboration between GE Healthcare and Wyra. So the future of innovation is about working across silos, and I think the COVID pandemic has shown the benefits of that. So we need to involve the startups, the research centers, hospitals, clinicians, and patients. Edison Accelerator was launched in May, and the cohort's been running from May into November. And today at Giant Health, that's the culmination of the program. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce Jan Beger, who is the Senior Director of Digital Ecosystem at GE Healthcare and the head of the Edison Accelerator program. Welcome, Jan.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I hope you can hear me well. It feels like a little bit of a living room. We are not having enough space, so it's great to see a lot of interest here. Look, the next 30 minutes, we would like to walk you through our Edison Accelerator program. I'll talk about the concept, the idea behind the next couple of minutes, and then our startup companies will present their solutions. To get started, and I hope you agree, from my perspective, I believe there are just a few other industries that are as complex, comprehensive, and fascinating as healthcare. And look, headlines suggest when we read newspapers that artificial intelligence has already surpassed the performance of human doctors in many medical fields. And this is something which, right, I believe the most of you agree with me, which stands in stark contrast to clinical reality. Reality is that today, right, compared to other industries, healthcare is behind in terms of digital transformation and the adoption of technologies such as AI. And as you probably know, in a lot of countries, healthcare still heavily relies on fax machines. But other than this, and let me see if this works here now somehow. Other than this, of course, healthcare has a lot of really pressing problems. Number one is what you can see on my slide is really the explosion of healthcare data. Today, it just takes 73 days to double medical data. This is just from now until, I think, early February. There are 6,000 medical journals out there publishing 900,000 articles a year. As a GP, if you want to keep up with the primary care literature, you would have to read for 21 hours each and every day. There is more information in a mammogram than there is information in the telephone book of New York, not knowing if there is still like a physical telephone book. And then as a radiologist, for example, in a 12-hour shift, you are looking at about 50,000 images compared to just 515 years ago. Yeah? So massive amount of data we have to deal with in our industry. In addition to this, medical errors is a serious problem we face. For every 100 hospitalizations per year, there are approximately 14 adverse events that occur, leading to 40 million medical errors each and every year. And it's estimated in Europe that around 350,000 people die every year due to medical errors, which is like the population of Cardiff or Leicester here in the UK. And then also a pressing problem, especially here in the country, the shortage of healthcare professionals. Globally, it's about 7 million healthcare professionals missing right now, and it's expected in 2035 that around 14 million healthcare professionals are missing due to retirements and not enough young people entering the space. And look, in addition to this, you all know this, right? The demand is going up, the complexity is increasing, and care pathways become more and more complex. And then, right, with the COVID crisis, I'm sure you have heard this several times already today. COVID has really, from my perspective, advanced the awareness of digital solutions, highlighted the importance. And this is overall the environment in which we have started the program I would like to talk about with you today. What we definitely can see is that we as an industry need to move things forward much faster, much more dynamic, nimble, and collaborative than in the past. And right, because you see all those pressing problems, there is no way that a single player in our industry can solve those problems on their own. So the Edison Accelerator is our GE Healthcare Startups Acceleration and Healthcare Provider Collaboration Program, which we have launched together with our partner Wira. And let me talk a little bit about the objectives of the program. But first of all, let me briefly explain this term corporate accelerator, which I'm sure that most of you are very familiar with. I mean, from my perspective, and I simplify it to the max, right? The corporate accelerator, there is this big corporate coming up with some fancy ideas and then trying to find some innovative startups to work on those. I believe this doesn't work in healthcare. What we need to do in our industry, we need to involve those who deliver healthcare day in and day out. They need to be part of such open innovation programs from day one on. So, and because, right, when we especially talk about solutions like artificial intelligence, and unlike other like technology booms in healthcare, right, when it comes to AI, we need to involve healthcare institutions, but because they are so important, especially for the adoption of those technologies. And the foundation of our program is really to identify the most pressing problems healthcare institutions have, and then find the right startups, the right companies to build technology solutions for those defined problems. Because what we have seen in the startup ecosystem in healthcare is that there are a lot of great knowledge and experience, developers, engineers, data scientists out there. What they are often lacking is validated problem statements. And this is what a program like this can help with. Another objective of the program is, of course, to support those innovative startups and help them go to market. In addition to this, you can see this on my slide as well. One of the objectives is also to support and further grow this innovation ecosystem, this digital health innovation ecosystem that exists across Europe. And then, of course, with all the things we do, right, in partnership, in co-creation, in collaboration, we want to make an impact as quickly as we can. So on the next slide, let me just explain a little bit like the stakeholder map of our program. On the left-hand side, you can see GE Healthcare. What we do in this program is, first of all, we provide, let's say, the technology stack, what we call the Edison platform, which is, in a nutshell, on one hand side, a technology or a platform to aggregate healthcare data, right, and then make it available for a variety of different application and use cases in different, let's say, care pathways and domains. We also in this program provide, of course, mentorship, like technology business mentorship, and then at a later stage give the opportunity and expose our startup companies to our global customer base. On top, you can see startups. Pretty simple. They are asked to work on specific given problem statements. I come to this in a second again. On the right, you can see healthcare provider institutions, a very, very important stakeholder in our program, because what they do is things like define together with us what are the use cases, what are the problem statements we want to work on in a program like this. They help us and are part of the startup selection process during the scouting phase. They provide clinical mentorship, right? And last but not least, at a later stage in the program, they provide an opportunity for our companies to run pilots and proof of concepts. You can see also Wyra here on the slide, very important partner to make a program like this work, not just for the day-to-day program management, right, to run the scouting, but also with all the great work the team at Wyra has done around venture support, mentoring, marketing, and events. So a great help, right, for this kind of group of stakeholders to make this program work. And then you can also see like big tech in the lower left-hand side, our technology partners, which not just provide technology, right, or infrastructure or tools for our sandboxes and development environments. They do more. What we also do with Intel and AWS is on a regular basis have a look to their startup programs and see if there are companies in there that could transition to ours or vice versa. Yeah. And they also contribute to our mentorship curriculum. So just a few numbers. Right, this year was the first year we have been running this program. We continue next year. I will talk about this in a second a bit more. We had more than 350 applications to the Edison Accelerator earlier this year. We then shortlisted 15 companies and selected and onboarded 6 of them. And today, right, when I'm done in a few minutes with my talk, you will see 5 of them presenting here today. And look, this is important to know. Intentionally, we decided to work with a rather small number of companies. Reason is we want to be laser focused. We want to put all our efforts into a small number to do our best to make them successful. Yeah. So also next year, when we start our scouting process and the program for 2022, it will be a small number of companies to work with. So let me talk once more about the important role of healthcare provider institutions. Look, what we do is we are bringing together healthcare institutions, healthcare professionals closely with those, right? I mean, agile startups with those great data scientists, engineers, and developers. And the healthcare providers provide like advisory guidance. To some extent, then they can sometimes even steer the development, provide mentoring, and so on and so forth. On the right-hand side, you can see what we call validation partners. Those are the ones, right, institutions I will show you in a second with whom we worked with this year. They have helped us selecting the right companies. They have been very close to our startups throughout the year, provided data for AI development if required. We connected our development sandboxes to their environments, right, to get data if that was needed. And they also offered opportunities to run pilot and proof of concepts. But look, in this model, when you just bring one startup and one healthcare provider closely together, there's a great chance that you can build a solution, right, that's fit for purpose, that helps solving the problem you have defined initially. But there's also a risk, which is that you build a solution that is so tailored and custom for this single institution, which you cannot scale. So therefore, we decided for next year to introduce like another group of healthcare institutions to work with. We call them consulting partners. They are also very close to the startups. They can also steer and influence the development to some extent, but it's like watching from the outside. We will not put any technology on their side, right? They can even sit in another European country. It's like another pair of eyes, really, to make sure we build solutions that solve the problem, but that are also scalable. That's the idea. So let me just quickly show you content-wise what we have been working on in 2021. So what you can see here are the 3 different work streams or tracks we have been working on the last couple of months. On the left-hand side, this was really all about accelerating the adoption of artificial intelligence in medical imaging. Right? I think maybe the most of you know that when it comes to AI overall in healthcare or AI adoption in healthcare, I would say medical imaging is really at the forefront. Yeah? We see a lot of, especially in radiology, we see a lot of algorithms companies working in that space. But overall, globally, adoption rate is still very low. And what we try to do in our track 1 is really to focus on getting those great solutions really into the hospital, into day-to-day use. The second track we have been working on is all about how can we use digital technologies and artificial intelligence to improve the oncology care pathway. And third, it's all about the patient. Yeah, so those are the 3 different themes, the 3 different work streams we have been working on. So here on the slide, just, I'm sorry, go back. Right across the 3 tracks, the fantastic startup or scale-up companies, I even have to say, we have had a pleasure to work with the last couple of months. And the most of them you will see just in a few minutes. So look, and I think this is also, especially if there are people here from startup companies, a few thoughts on the value proposition for a digital healthcare AI startup to work in a program like this or in the Edison Accelerator. First and foremost, and I mentioned this earlier, what we provide, due to the fact that we closely work with healthcare institutions, we provide validated problem statements, meaning that when you join this program, you work on something that is really important, that is really pressing, where healthcare institutions need help with. That's number 1. The second is you get access to GE Healthcare's Edison platform, right? A technology stack you can build up on. Third is, if required, you can also have access to data. And then, of course, in terms of venture support, we have a quite extensive mentorship curriculum you can benefit from. And also on the right-hand side, on top, I think that's also something important, opportunities to run pilots and proof of concepts at a, let's say, later stage in the program. At the bottom of the screen, what you can see there is something where a global corporate, a global company like GE Healthcare can help with the most. I mean, we as a global medtech and diagnostics innovator operating in more than 160 countries, we can really support the best in go-to-market and commercialization. So on the next slide, I just very quickly would like to show you the great healthcare institutions we have been partnering with in 2021. On the left-hand side in our track 1, the East Midlands Imaging Network. For our track 2, all around oncology, we have been partnering with Alliance Medical. And on track 3, it was Ribera Salud, a big group out of Spain, and Manchester University. So, and very quickly here for healthcare institutions to work with us in a program like this, I think they were exposed really to like the talent in the digital health space, right? To like process how digital technologies are developed, and they are exposed to this kind of different world that is very different to healthcare software development, and really had a chance to influence and help really building the solution. We are now preparing our 2022 program. We are in the midst of the ideation and preparation process. Scouting for our next year program is expected to start at some point in Q1 next year. I mean, look, as a healthcare institution, if people are here from healthcare institutions, if people are here from technology providers or venture capital, if you're interested and want to know more about this program, feel free to reach out. If you are from a startup, make sure you stay close to us. Reach out if you have more questions. Again, scouting is going to start Q1. What we do right now, just to let you know, is we now work with healthcare institutions to define the specific problem statements we want to address and work on next year. Yeah? So the scouting will be based on specific defined use cases or problem statements. So look, before I stop, and I know I'm running late already a little bit, there are quite a lot of factors, right, for success, to make a program like this successful. But I think there are really two that stand out. One is you need to be aligned. You need to be aligned across all stakeholders. You need to have like one mission that drives all of you together, right? And there must be in something for all the stakeholders involved. That's number one, and I think that's very obvious. But the second thing is, and for me personally, this is the most important one. At the end of the day, it's all about the people that are involved, right? All those very passionate founders of the companies or the team, a very passionate project team on the healthcare provider side. And when you find the right people, right, to collaborate really on an individual level and they work well together, I think this is really something that that is key to success. Look, I'm going to close here and hand over to the first startups now. Just one more thing. In 1878, Thomas Alva Edison founded General Electric, right? So ages ago. And he used to say, there is a better way to do it. Find it. So thank you very much. And I would like to hand over to Stine from Radiobotics.
Yes. 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. Can you hear me, everyone? So, hi, my name is Stine Sorensen. I'm the COO and the co-founder of Radiobotics. Radiobotics is a company that's here to build machine learning algorithms that detect diseases in plain 2D X-rays, meaning that we're specializing in the imaging field within radiology. So really, one of the problems we're trying to solve, we're not trying to solve everything what Jan just said, because that is extremely difficult. There has to be many of us to do this. We're trying to focus on a specific problem within the field of X-rays. So every year, more than 250 million images are taken in Europe and US combined. The number of the qualified clinicians that could read those images is not growing nearly at the same rate. In fact, it takes more than 10 years to become a radiologist. That leads to fatal errors, delays in detection, and also stress to the radiologist. And because of the nature of X-rays within bones and joints is not necessarily acute, you actually see it in hospitals, many of them are left unreported. And that is a great case for where you should introduce technology, because we're not talking about life-threatening decisions and situations, but we're looking into something where technology would fit very well. So really, we have been working with top clinicians around the world. This is one of the Danish leading professors in MSK radiology that we worked very closely with. And he has helped us develop our first product where we're trying to solve a fraction of the problem. So this is really what you see, what we've been working on. This is our first algorithm that can automatically detect osteoarthritis in the knees. What we have done is that we have a secondary capture with an overlay on top of the image indicating the clinical findings. We also automatically compile a structured report that goes straight into the electronic health records. This has both been CE marked under MDR certifications and just FDA cleared as a 510K clearance. So we are both available in Europe, UK, and in the US, which we are obviously very proud of. We cannot solve this by just having one algorithm that detects diseases in the knees. We obviously have to cover the full skeleton. So Radiobotics is really here within 3 years' time, trying to cover 70% of the entire skeleton. And we have actually just last night signed a deal with US largest teleradiology company to build 11 more products in 1 year. So when we're doing this and why we're really here is obviously to show that we bring value to both the patients by having it more accurate, more precise, and obviously more fast. We're also here to show that radiologists, they need help. They need to become better at what they already do so that we can give them the technology. We're not here to replace anybody, but we're here to help them with what they already do. And then we can also show that actually having algorithms that works the same way every time is also showing great value in the consistency. And that's really also what is needed in the hospitals. So we're here to show value to all parts of the chain, obviously. We are founded in Denmark, which is very nice. And here you can build technology, but scaling and commercial opportunities is obviously here in the UK and the US. And that's really what we're focusing on. That's also why we're very happy to be part of the GE Edison Accelerator program, both working with GE and also the IMRAD imaging network. Radiobotics is 4 years old. We have done tons of things. Some of the things that you're most proud of is obviously that we have been nominated as a future potential unicorn within the digital Europe. I'm not sure we will be that, but at least it shows that we have great potential to solve great problems. We've also, we're 22 something employees. You never know how many you hired since you left the office. And we raised $7.2 million. We are active in the US and in the UK as well. We have our first clients. 5 of those we installed in 16 hospitals around Europe as well. And this, I didn't do this all by myself, by surprise. This is my 3 other co-founders that is specialized in clinical research, machine learning, and obviously also within the MSK area. These 3, we started it, but obviously with the rest of the team, that's how you achieve great things. So that's really, we are specialized within deep learning, machine learning, and also computer vision. So that's really what we do. And then regulatory affairs. We are currently raising money. Those money will be spent into commercialization and also presence in more countries, developing more products. And to sum it all up, I think we are solving some very relevant and problems that needs to be solved right now. We also believe that we build great technology where we have several patents pending, trying to protect what we do. And also we've done this working very closely with clinicians, because as a startup, you might have great engineers, but you need to do this relatively close with the field you're deploying this. And we're very proud that we're working with some of the leading hospitals in the world. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Anthony from Lucida Medical.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Ricks. I'm CEO of Lucida Medical. What motivates us? Half of the people in this room will develop cancer in their lifetimes. If we find it early, it can often be easily cured. But also, half of all cancers are found late, when they're symptomatic and spreading. And that's a race against evolution that medicine often loses. Our focus is prostate cancer. It's the most common male cancer in the developed world. 56% of prostate cancer in England is found late, and it's a bigger killer than breast cancer. And as well as this, it's a substantial market with an immediate need for AI, which I'll come back to in a minute. So this is what MRI looks like with prostate cancer. Pre-biopsy MRI was mandated in 2019 around the world. It's now reshaping the whole process of prostate cancer diagnosis across the developed world, and also treatment. And it's going to be completely key to future screening programs that we need to address those problems of late diagnosis. So MRI is exciting because it's widely available, the cost is falling, and it's safe, it's radiation-free. By imaging multiple different physical parameters, here apparent diffusion and T2 structural imaging, we can really kind of get the information that we need to distinguish benign conditions that don't need investigation or treatment from serious stuff that does. Just a moment back to AI. The thing is, working out where cancer is in these images is not straightforward. As Jan highlighted, a radiologist might see 50,000 images in one day, and a cancer could be a few millimeters that's apparent on just one of those images, or maybe just two. Machines can look at this much more repeatably, help us avoid that issue of the shortage of experts by making the experts that we have much more productive, and also help to avoid the fatigue-induced problems of missing cancers. About 20% of prostate cancers are missed, and improve their specificity so we don't over-investigate, so we don't over-treat. So this screenshot shows the outputs of Lucid Medical's PI software, or prostate intelligence, for the same patient that I showed before. It's running in GE's viewer technology in the data center of EMRAD, the East Midlands Imaging Network. It's a group of 8 NHS trusts. PI brings the repeatability and accuracy of AI to streamline the analysis of reporting of MRI. It's a CE marked medical device. We'll get our FDA approval next year. But as well as integrating with the hospital systems, it's crucial that AI and any of these new technologies must fit clinicians' workflow and pathways. And this is something that we've specifically designed in right from the start. So to use our technology, firstly, a patient has a pre-biopsy MRI and other tests like PSA completely as normal. Our software then analyzes the data and presents its results to a radiologist who can then interact with it to help them more accurately locate cancer and rule out cases that don't need a biopsy. And then finally, clinicians, the whole clinical team, have all of the information they need for a biopsy if it's necessary, for diagnosis, and for treatment. For the patient, they get reassurance and exactly the treatment that they need. And the critical thing is we're trying to do this more accurately than ever before. So we at Lucid Medical are in a unique position to harness the power of AI for prostate MRI. Unlike our competitors, PI lets radiologists use their standard workflow software. You don't have to upgrade your IT, and that makes it much easier for hospitals to adopt. We uniquely focus on making radiologists more efficient at finding prostate cancer. And this is helped by our novel combination of image processing and machine learning, which allows us to train our models with very much less data and achieve higher accuracy, and also gives us a strong basis of intellectual property. And finally, we'll cement these advantages through our pair clinical studies. These are providing us with multi-vendor, multi-center pathway data, exactly the sorts of patients that the software would be used on, to help us make future versions of PI even more accurate in real-world use. So a little bit about the team. My name is Anthony. I'm here at the top. I'm lucky to work with an absolutely amazing team spanning clinical and AI research and also scaling out software. I gained my PhD and built my first startup 20 years ago when I won an international competition building an AI, of all things, to measure the quality of telephone calls. And it's still the standard that's used today. We spun a company out. Cytechnics was acquired in 2011. My colleague Mark Hinton, our CTO, built Image Analysis Group into a global medical imaging CRO with multi-million-dollar turnover. And last but very much not least, she's at RSNA today. Professor Evis Sala is an internationally recognized expert in medical imaging and AI. She's known in the US because she recently spent 6 years at Memorial Sloan Kettering as head of body imaging there. And she's now professor of oncological imaging at the University of Cambridge. Our £1.7 million seed investment was led by XTX and included 8 leading prostate cancer clinicians, as well as prostate cancer research and Sarsen Ventures. So just a bit about where we are today. So if you're from a hospital or health system and you're interested in what we're doing, we'd love to work with you to test and integrate PI in your workflow. We're also looking to meet investors and discuss our next round. We'll be raising from early 2022 to take us into the United States, complete the FDA approval that I mentioned, and really enable us to grow to address this very exciting opportunity to find cancer precisely using MRI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anthony. So there was radiology, right? Medical imaging. I hope you found it interesting. I think two very important and exciting, let's say, solutions. But now moving over to something very different and introducing Tim from My Clinical Outcomes.
Thanks, Hello, everyone. Lovely to be here. My name is Tim Williams. I'm the founder and CEO of My Clinical Outcomes. We are a digital patient-reported outcome measures platform for routine clinical practice. What are PROMs? PROMs are structured clinical surveys that come out of the literature and quantify the impact of a condition on a patient's life at a point in time. We make it possible to systematically and at scale measure these outcomes regularly, remotely, and throughout the full cycle of care, and present that information back in a useful and usable way to patients and their doctors. To give an example, a key randomized control trial was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 2017. They looked at about 800 patients with advanced metastatic cancer, and they showed that in patients that had the opportunity to self-report symptoms remotely, and for their clinical teams to use and react to that data, 31% of those patients experienced better physical function and quality of life. There was a 7% reduction in emergency room visits, and these patients could tolerate their chemotherapy on average 2 months longer. Combined, those added up to a survival benefit of 5 months, and 8% more of these patients were alive at 5 years. Our story started back in 2011, and we're currently up and running in just over 100 hospitals in the UK and Ireland. We've got more than 1,200 clinicians using the platform and more than 95,000 patients. We don't just work in oncology, we consider ourselves condition and score agnostic. So we work with teams to configure the platform around their needs. And we're currently touching just over 80 conditions with more than 70 validated assessments in the platform. And to give a sense of scale, we're sending out of the order of 16,000 automated assessments a month to patients, asking them to update their scores. This is a snapshot of our current partners and clients. Our very first was Royal Cornwall Hospitals over there on the right. We've been working with them since 2012, supporting a virtual clinic follow-up pathway for hip and knee replacement patients, allowing surgeons to make sure that patients stay safe and well over the long term after their hip and knee replacements. We do lots in the private sector. Can't quite see it, but tucked around the corner here, we've worked with Spire Healthcare since 2016. We're in all 39 of their hospitals, doing this in 7 different care pathways. And increasingly, as I've alluded to, we're working in oncology. We had a great opportunity back in 2017 where we came first out of 130 businesses funded by the Scottish Funding Council to develop out our solution for cancer patients in Scotland. As a result, we're currently working across 8 health boards in 12 tumour types. And finally, because it's kind of interesting, we're working out how to partner with industry and make these approaches useful and usable by them, but also acceptable to the clinicians that they're wanting to partner with. To the platform itself, it's always configured around local needs so that patients get the right combinations of assessments that are useful for them and useful to their clinical teams. Those clinicians get access to that data in real time, but we don't dictate how they make use of it. But often clinicians want to use it around their clinical practice or to redesign services around this data, taking the opportunity to make more informed reviews in a more timely way. And finally, we have a great team who provide really rich analytics to optimize uptake and make sure that clients are getting the best out of this. And we seamlessly integrate into electronic medical records, provider BI systems, registries, and regulators. So why do this? Well, to summarize, on the outcome side, clinicians interacting with patients in a more dynamic way according to their needs allows them to get more patients onto the right medicines faster, driving improved outcomes. But also having richer information about quality of life than there's time to gather in the clinical consultation allows them to intervene and add in therapies and provide additional support to tune quality of life. For their part, patients really appreciate this. They don't want to waste doctors' time and they don't want to travel in unnecessarily. They appreciate a more timely and informed interaction with their doctors. and they really appreciate that the clinician already has information about how they've been when they show up to see them or when they dial into a virtual call. And then from an organizational and operational point of view, this allows us to prioritize really limited, increasingly limited capacity according to patients' needs to drive effectiveness and efficiency of consultations and pathways and take out the cost of unwarranted variation. Important part of that being by avoiding acute admissions. So to oncology. So for a long time, for the first 5 or 6 years of our story, we thought oncology was too complex. But having had the opportunity to play in Scotland and increasingly with ICSs and trusts around the UK, we're finding that it doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to be hard to start. And that there are opportunities to start to intervene at 3 key phases of the pathway. The first being supporting acute care. There's huge value in gathering really rich symptom and side effect data from patients in between chemotherapy visits so that you can pick up the phone or know what action needs to be taken to keep patients as well as possible so that they can tolerate their chemotherapy. When patients have finished treatment or between cycles of treatment, there's a real opportunity to prioritize the limited demands of the service according to their needs and to intervene in a more personalized way. That might mean not seeing the patient as frequently, or it might mean replacing a face-to-face consultation with an informed phone or video consultation. And finally, there's a safety element here. So if we're able to keep track of patients for the long term after treatment, we can spot signs of late toxicity, late effects, and intervene early. Tucked down the bottom here, this is our range of current cancer partners in a rough timeline. Most recently, for the last 18 months, we've been working with University Hospital Sussex, soon to be Sussex ICS, and through the fantastic GE Accelerator program, we've had the opportunity to bring routine outcomes monitoring to the diagnostic pathway for the first time by partnering with Alliance Medical. So to finish with a quote, as all the best do. So this is JJ de Goethe, was for a long time Chief Medical Officer at Spire. And he really taught us that the way to start is to go for it, not to be too ambitious, to start small and to scale out the benefits. And what he says is that we're really driving clinical and operational benefits from doing this. And therefore, the opportunity to scale this to more and more patients just grows all the time. If any of that's of interest, we'd love to hear from you. Please get in touch by email or catch us on Twitter. Thank you very much.
Tim, thank you very much. And what he said is very important, right? If you are interested, even if it's not your domain, I believe just connecting with people does make sense, right? You can always learn a lot. So I really encourage everybody to get in touch with the people you see here on stage. Next is Paul from Sprite.
Thank you very much. I don't have any slides, so it makes it very easy. My name is indeed Paul Eyes. I am one of the co-founders of Sprite, and I'm here to talk to you today really about the no-show problem in the healthcare industry. Now, we've been looking at the no-show problem now for only a couple of years. We're a relatively new startup, and every year in the UK, over £1 billion will be wasted because people do not attend appointments. If you extrapolate that to the US, it balloons to $150 billion. Quite clearly, there's a large problem. It's even more acute in areas such as screenings and referrals, where you find between 30 and 50% of patients will not attend an appointment. Now, in practice, I guess there's a lot of reasons why someone might miss an appointment. These range from a fear of finding out or getting a negative diagnosis to simply forgetting that they had the appointment in the first place. And whilst it's quite easy to measure what the cost is to the healthcare practitioner of that individual missed appointment, what is very much less clear is what is the long-term effects to the system as a whole, or even to the patient of not receiving a timely diagnosis or medical intervention. Now, how does Sprite go about trying to solve this problem? Well, I guess philosophically, what we're trying to do is to use what is the client-specific behavior, and then to incorporate that understanding into driving a personalized action plan or personalized engagement with that client, and thereby reducing the DNAs. That's the philosophy, but how do we do it in practice? I was reading an interesting report by McKinsey, which stated that the #1 method of getting punters into your digital health app was through convenience. Now, any of you who've tried to book a GP appointment where you have to call between the hours of 8:30 and 8:31 probably appreciate this fact. but convenience is really central to everything we're trying to achieve. There are three key pillars, however. The first of which is our smart assistant, ASA, which will allow patients, to book via WhatsApp or reschedule appointments. The key being it's a technology people are already very familiar with. They're comfortable with using it, and it doesn't require people to download a new app or perhaps visit a web page. The second is how we use AI really to predict which are the patients most at risk of not attending. This will then pass on insights to the clinical staff who will be able to concentrate their efforts, obviously, on those patients most at risk of missing an appointment. And finally, we're working very closely with a number of academics and looking very closely, particularly in the fields of linguistics and behavioral science, and looking closely how we can move the needle by a better use of language. You know, a number of inequalities have been built into the system over time because of the one-size-fits-all approach to things, particularly like health screenings, etc. And there are groups of people who historically have not been attending. So we're looking closely at how can we change the language or the message to assuage fears and help those people attend. So I guess that's a little bit about Sprite. I want to talk a little bit about why I'm on the stage now. I thought we had a different slide, but we don't appear to. So why did we elect to join the GE Accelerator? And you know, we're a lot earlier stage. We were still in the process of building our MVP at the time. So why did we choose to come on board? I think both my co-founder, who's somewhere around here, and myself, Dara, had a very clear idea. We've been around the startup world for some time and had a very clear idea of what it was we're looking for. You'll have heard it a lot of times today. Obviously, collaboration is the key with any startup, but it's really about finding the right partners. And I think what attracted us to GE, and Jan said it very well, much better than I could, is they had a very specific problem. You know, a lot of times you'll read looking for startups in the healthcare sector who use AI or something very general. But this problem, and it obviously helped that we were trying to solve that problem, but the problem was very specific. The use case was very clear, and it gave us a lot of comfort that we were both pulling on the rope in the same direction, and that we could effectively, you know, go out there and they would be providing as much input as we would be with in this case. As I said, it was a very new product, and our idea was to find a very product-focused accelerator type program, and then get involved and validate and create our product in such a way, particularly while the clay was still wet, as it were, on developing the product at the time. So we liked that about it. I guess how it went was very much in line with our hopes. I think it was a tremendous success as far as we were concerned. The product itself is barely recognizable from that which we started with. Over the 8 months, we've not only increased our team significantly, both in the technical and on the project side, but we've also changed the product. We've received a lot of the mentoring that was mentioned earlier by Jan has been particularly useful in areas such as pricing and go-to-market, etc. So that's been very helpful, but we've managed to get our product onto the Edison marketplace, which again was a great success for us. We're looking forward, obviously, to the benefits that will provide, particularly things like, you know, increased scale, ease of access, omni-channel communications. We've also, as with the previous speaker, Tim, we've also been working closely with Alliance Medical. A lot of it behind the scenes so far because we haven't really been able to meet in person and really delve out what the problem is. But we'll hopefully be launching a pilot early in the new year, really to trial out the systems. So that's a little bit about how things have gone in terms of the accelerator. I'm being given the signal, which I assume means I've got 1 minute left. So I will just say, if you like what you've heard today, please, if it hasn't been clear already, we're very open to talking to anyone. We'd love to hear from you. We will be raising money in the new year. So if that's your bag, please do get in touch as well. The details are on the website, sprite.com. And we look forward to hearing you. Thank you very much.
Paul, thank you very much. So, surprisingly, Alfonso, there is still time for you left. So, Alfonso from Legit Health, coming over from Bilbao in Spain. Stage is yours, Alfonso. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alfonso Medela, co-founder and chief AI officer of Legit Health. Legit Health is the first platform in the market that uses AI algorithms to diagnose and assess the severity of skin pathologies. Using clinically validated scoring systems, the tool is able to monitor the evolution of skin pathologies and also analyze the effectiveness of treatment. But not just that, it also creates alerts so the physicians can prioritize the cases according to severity. So let me ask you a question. What does this person have? Thomas? Correct. Correct. This person has psoriasis, and we call this diagnosis. The tool diagnoses 232 skin pathologies just by looking at an image. But now let's change the question and make it more specific. How much of psoriasis? What would you say? So this is a more difficult question, and actually all of them could be correct. It depends on what and how we're measuring. For example, a disease could be 32% dry, can be a certain dimension, or for example, it can be 2% better than yesterday. This is what we call severity assessment, and this is our value proposition and competitive advantage. So all this that we do is thanks to the deep learning and computer vision algorithms, which are clinically validated and have a very high sensitivity and specificity. And Legit Health is a CE mark tool classified as a medical device. But how does it work? So severity assessment is usually performed using the tools that are called scoring systems. However, these scoring systems have a lot of problems. They have evolved from pen and paper to digital calculators, which still require input from the specialist. The problem is that they have a very high variability and are subject to error. So in Legit Health, we have created the first automatic scoring systems. So we called this the APROM. Sorry. The APROM, the Automatic Patient Reported Outcome Measures. And this means automatically filling every parameter that is visual in those scoring systems. For example, we measure the redness, induration, or the size of a disease. And this completely depends on the pathology we are measuring. For example, what we do is we base our algorithms in clinically validated scoring systems for one and each of the pathology. So let me tell you a bit of the journey. The web application can be used by both the doctors and the patients, and it works as follows. So first of all, the centers creates an account for the patient. Then the patient can log in and start uploading pictures. Those pictures are processed by the algorithms. First of all, a quality check algorithm, then the diagnosis, and then the severity assessment. All this generates a very, very complete report for the physician that then, after he confirms the pathology, the patient will receive all the data, like, for example, the diagnosis, the severity, or other doctor's notes or treatment. Finally, this happens in an autonomous cycle as the patient will receive alerts to upload more pictures. So, of course, we have competition and we surely all do diagnosis. However, some of them focus on a very specific disease like skin cancer. On the other hand, Legit Health diagnoses a wider range of pathologies, 232, and we also perform the severity assessment. In addition, using that data, we are able to analyze the effectiveness of treatments. So why should you invest in us? So currently, we have 3 customer segments, starting from medical centers to insurance companies to pharma companies, and we already got paying customers in one of the segments, in each of the segments. For example, we work with the group Rivera Salud, the one that took part also in the Edison Accelerator. We work also, for example, with the Hospital Universitario Torrejón, part of the Rivera Group, DKV, insurance company, or for example, Novartis. And the web application is very easy to access. It can be accessed, of course, from any browser, any device, and there is no need to install the software. In addition to the web application, we also have an API, so it can be very easily integrated in any ecosystem. So the founding team is a multidisciplinary team. We are experts in technology, and also we have an entrepreneurial background. And of course, we work alongside doctors who help to develop and also validate the technology. And of course, also with a great team of mentors that have helped us during our journey. So to finish, we are looking for investors. We'll be soon opening a new financial round. So we'll be very eager to meet you and to tell you more about our business. So thank you very much. And here's our contact.
Alfonso, thank you very much. And that's it. So this was a brief overview about the Edison Accelerator 2021. As I said earlier, if you are interested to know more, find the people, right? Everybody's here. Talk to them, ask your questions, reach out to us online. If you are interested in our program next year, right? Stay tuned, follow the hashtag Edison Accelerator. We'll publish more information very soon. Thanks a lot for your interest. Thanks for joining us today. Great to talk to you. Thank you.
Just before we break for lunch, I want to tell you about something very exciting that the giant chairman, Professor Shafi Ahmed, has founded back in 2016. I think we had the first cohort in 2017 in January, and I've been part of it every single year since. The program started as BARTS-X, which was in the official curriculum of the Barts Med School, taking medical students and educating them in innovation and entrepreneurship. And that program has recently rolled out to Imperial. I think this is now the third cohort at Imperial. And in a Change the Public published program today, we've invited them here to pitch what they came up with in, I think it was 5-6 days, something like that. So I'm just going to leave them to it to introduce Cognix and what the problem they're solving and how they're solving it. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. So, and thank you for that lovely introduction. So we are Team Cognix, and we're excited to be here and present our app. So what are we solving? Dementia. Everyone knows what dementia is, but do you actually know the problem that it poses? So let's look at some numbers. 850,000 people are diagnosed with dementia in the UK alone. And what's worse, a third of the cases are estimated to be missed, and it costs the UK £23 billion per annum.
So addressing this problem through the 4 U's of a valuable problem model, the increasingly aging population is an unavoidable reality, as it's been estimated that by 2030, 1 in 5 people will be 65 or over. Now, the COVID pandemic, as I'm sure we all can attest to, has forced many of us into isolation, especially those high-risk individuals within the elderly population. Studies have shown that this isolation has accelerated the rate of cognitive decline in patients with dementia, therefore exacerbating this risk. Okay. So from our own personal first-hand experiences on medical wards, we've seen how time-consuming and laborious it can be to complete one of these cognitive assessments, such as the mocker test. And we also conducted a survey of medical students who also, the majority of which agree with this statement. Now, lastly, patients with dementia and underserved population. I say this because many of them receive a late diagnosis, which oftentimes leads to poorer outcomes and a lower quality of life, therefore resulting in increased costs for the healthcare sector. Now, taking all of this into consideration, I hope you'll all agree with us in saying that this is a significant problem. Now, Serena, is there anything we can do about this?
You're completely right, Emmanuel. This is a massive problem which we must tackle immediately. Thankfully, we've come up with a solution. Allow us to present Cognix.
We are Cognix, remote gamification of the mocker tool, reducing NHS burden and improving clinical outcomes. Why? By establishing earlier screening of cognitive impairment.
So what makes us so special? At Cognix, we combine exciting games with the clinically validated mocker tool to allow for mild cognitive impairment screening remotely. We are a time and cost-effective solution which can be perfectly integrated into NHS clinical practice due to the routine use of the mocker tool in practice. Therefore, this allows us to save clinician and consultation time, screen for mild cognitive impairment remotely, and implement checkpoints to screen for red flags in cognitive decline, thus democratizing assessment for care to those who need it, all from the comfort of their own homes. So as you can see, there are numerous studies in the wider literature which support the use of mocker in the remote setting, thus making our intervention, Cognix, completely feasible into NHS clinical practice.
So, who are we creating value for? So, first of all, we are creating value for public and private healthcare sectors by reducing consultation times and ensuring that we offset costs from late diagnosis and late treatment. But who are we targeting? Well, as my colleague said before, we are targeting those at risk, especially the aging population. We are selling comfortable screening, providing longer and a better life. We've identified three main competitors: Savonics, Lumosity, and MyCognition. As illustrated here, we all provide a platform for engaging and fun cognitive assessments. However, we are confident that through our platform, we've utilized a validated and researched cognitive assessment tool. We aim specifically at the UK clinical practice, similar to MyCognition. Furthermore, we ensure that by testing every 2 weeks and increasing the gain variations, we reduce the testing effect and increase the accuracy of our results. Therefore, we're quite confident that through our platform, we establish value. How? We ensure that data is easily transferable to the UK and NHS practice. So we fill the gap in the market. Research has shown the need for well-validated and reliable clinical tools compared to what's already in the industry.
So highlighting a few features of our user interface. As you can see on the screen, we've created a mascot known as Cogni, who help to guide the user through a series of fun and interactive games. Other features include our personal leaderboards, which will be found alongside the secondary brain training games that will be featured in the paid version of the app. And additionally, we've also implemented shared message boards, which will help to create a sense of community and also minimize the stigma that surrounds dementia. General practitioners will also receive all patient data and will be alerted for any worryingly low scores. And here we can see a few mock-ups of what the app will look like. For example, the personal leaderboard, as well as one of the games.
So we've identified three main partnerships and customer bases that we'd like to work with at Cognix. Firstly, we'd like to target the healthcare providers themselves. So this would be NHS and also private healthcare providers. And this would be so that we can distribute our service to the patients directly. Firstly, we'd like to start with Imperial Healthcare Trust, as that they are close to home for us. We'd also like to work with non-profit organisations such as Alzheimer's Society and Age UK, and this would allow us to increase our reach towards more high-risk patients, as well as gain a further insight into customer research. Finally, once we've obtained enough data from the app, we'd then like to outsource to research groups to aid in clinical trials.
So how exactly are we going to distribute our product and get it into customers' hands? So the main model that we're going to use is a B2B model, so directly to businesses. So we're going to, as Serena said, we're going to go to healthcare services such as Imperial Trust, and we will sell them a package and they can prescribe the app to their patients to use. Next, we will then target the high-risk users that we've been talking about. So we'll do this directly through social media. So we'll use interaction and emotional interaction, and we'll go through services such as Facebook, Instagram, and also hopefully like in-app ads and advertisements like that. Finally, we'll go to the clinical research organizations after we've been running for a while and we've got enough data that we can then sell, and this can be useful for them to recruit participants for their clinical trials.
Thank you. So we want to establish a three-pronged model to increase our business yield. As my colleague said before, we start with a phase one, where we base our costs based on the patients at risk. For example, in the Imperial Healthcare Trust, as a case study, we utilized audit data and national averages to estimate approximately 240,000 patients over the age of 65, and we utilized that data for our costs. In phase two, once we've established a reliable and wide market enough, we'll switch to a public and freemium model. This ensures that, for example, we have a free trial for more cognitive games, and then this switches to a monthly or yearly subscription. But this excludes the mocker game, which is, of course, free. And as detailed here, we have in-app advertisements and cost per actions to increase our ROI. And phase three, as said previously, will sell anonymized data to CROs. For example, Biogen recently developed a new drug for Alzheimer's and require need for patient data.
When we approach the healthcare services, we plan to charge them £150 per 100 patients. So this is a package. And how did we come up with this value? It's not something that we just plucked out of thin air, but we calculated the value that we're adding. So what we are replacing is a cognitive tool called Mocker, and that takes around 20 minutes. And if we take into consideration the staff salaries of the doctors that will be providing these Mocker tests, we've calculated that it takes around £600 per 100 patients, and we've actually divided this by 4. So we're just going to charge £1.50 per patient, so £150 per 100 patients. So that is a financial profit, and it creates a greater return of investments. But not only does it do that, but it also frees up resources and staff to be used elsewhere.
So as said previously, we utilized audit data and national averages to get an average of the number of patients, and we used that data. We've estimated the cost of app development and marketing to be roughly 240,000, and utilizing audit data, we've assumed there'll be 360,000 return. So what's next? First of all, to gain traction, we need to utilize surveys and audit data to assess audience perspective and to gauge our value in the market, as well as costing prices. We also then need to gain seed money to allow us to work with the Mocker team to develop standardized conduct pilot studies. Now, for future scaling, we need to increase the number of fun games to maintain user engagement, as well as work with more trust to increase the user base. Based on economy of scale, as the user base increases, the cost per unit decreases, and therefore we aim to increase our competitive position in the market.
And why us? Hopefully we've illustrated that we're quite passionate about solving this problem, and we've got a plan to do so.
So, life is but a string of experiences, and we are but a mere reflection of our memories. So help us, help you, guard your stories and the stories you're yet to make. Who do you know that this could help? Cognix, guarding your ability to be you. Thank you for listening.
So just to reiterate, these are 4 intercalating med students. Yeah, they had 5 days to work on this, to think about a problem, a validated problem statement, and to come up with this pitch. I think what really stood out for us with this particular team was it was an incredibly simple proposition, taking a clinically validated tool that is analog and transforming it digitally to make it work better. I think they're ripe for someone to come in and help them get to an MVP. It's so simple. So I hope if there are any people who are involved in accelerators or or investors out here, to please do find these guys and talk to them. I said if they can come up with something so robust in just a few days, this is the future. In fact, actually, all of these guys, a lot of the guys here are also part of Imperial. These are our future, and we really need to encourage the clinicians of the future to innovate and identify the problems that most need to be solved. So please, can I have one more big round of applause to Imperial X and to the Cognix team. Welcome back to Giants Pitching for the Future track. We had a very exciting morning where we had some discussions about IP, we had scaling and acceleration, and we had the great startups from the Edison Accelerator run by Wire and GE Healthcare. Now this afternoon, we have a great highlight, which is Jonathan Williams, who's coming from Granted Consultancy, and he's going to tell you all about how to get access on the vast wealth of non-dilutive funding for your business, including R&D grants. I'll also direct you to the Granted Consultancy booth over there, and also to their website, where you can download a really good primer on the grant picture from 2020. This is something they do every couple of years. So this one is still valid. So do have a good look at that. Then after John's spoken, we're going to plunge ourselves into the exciting Beanstalks event. I have 10 startups pitching their story to you this afternoon. So again, do go and find them either tomorrow or through their websites and their contact details to follow them up. Without any further ado, I'm going to just bring John up to the stage, give him a nice round of applause.
Thanks, Maxine. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to see people in the flesh and on camera as well. Thank you for taking the time and effort to come and join us. Post-lunch, always a favorite slot as well. So, as Maxine's kindly introduced us, this half-hour slot, we're going to talk about non-dilutive funding, and I'm going to explain what that is, at least to myself and our company. And we're going to talk about it specifically in the context of innovation funding for businesses primarily, but for innovators, it's going to be applicable to many. A bit of feedback there. Cool. So I'm going to just stick over here because the slides are extending out over the corner. It's a little bit about us to begin with, just a little bit of a promo. So Granted, we're one of the leading grant consultancies in the UK. So we specialize, as I said, in non-dilutive funding. What we mean by that is grants and tax credits. That's generally what we mean. And we're specialists in identifying grants, identifying tax credits for the right time for you as a company or you as an innovator, so you can accelerate the growth of the business and accelerate that project. And as a consequence, you know, we've had some great success in the healthcare sector. We're not just about the healthcare. We work across lots of different sectors, but we have a great success in the healthcare sector across all the different facets of health and life sciences. So this is a colorful slide, just a little bit of a visual on the key aspects of what I'm going to be talking about today, but also, of course, what my company does. So it's a mixture, as I said, about grant funding consultancy. So that's reviews and support for grants, how to prepare an application, when to go for an application. I'll cover that in a bit more detail in the presentation, of course, as well. And reviews, if you already know a bit about grants, but want some additional help, maybe a bit of tailoring for a specific funder, then we can do some targeted reviews and feedback. How does that work with opposite tax credit? We're going to cover that as well in the presentation today. So how does the interplay between the two? When should one, or how do they work together? Potentially, can you use them together? We're going to cover that a little bit as well. And if you're successful, great. What next? How do you make the most of that funding? When should you go for the next grant? How do you comply with what the funder's looking for? If it's the first time, it can be a bit daunting sometimes in terms of some of the grant funders can be quite bureaucratic, quite process driven. So can you get your system set up in the right way first time to make the most of it? And in conjunction with that, this is typically for larger organizations or institutions. We also provide grant training. We do workshops with our partners. So if you're a partner organization, maybe a VC or an IP attorney, then we'd love to hear from you, and we'd love to work together on how we will work in our clients. So last slide about us, and then I'll move on. So really what we're around, we have three core values as a business, and this is where we passionately want to develop long-term relationships with our clients and with you. And that's about acting with integrity, making an impact. So it's making an impact in either a socioeconomic way or on health, and striving for excellence. So always seeking to do the best we can for you. Anyway, that's us. On to the presentation. So how can non-dilutive funding accelerate your innovation? So in this presentation, as you might imagine, we're going to cover the what. So what is it? What is funding? What do I mean by grants? You know, people have got different ideas of what a grant is. Who should apply and when? We're coming up to when. Why should you apply? You know, I'm quite a big fan of grants, as you might imagine, running a grant consultancy, but sometimes it's not the right thing, not the right tool for the job at the point. So why should you apply? Where should you apply? What should you be thinking about? Who should you be thinking about keeping tabs on from a funding perspective? And how should you go about it? So a lot of the funders require sometimes mandate collaboration. So the mandate, you've got to work with other people. Well, how do you go about that? How do you pitch to a partner potentially to bring them on board so you can go together into a grant application? So all things we're going to cover in the next 25 minutes or so. Cool. So we're going to start hopefully at the beginning. So starting with a grant. So a grant typically is a sum of money. It's given. It's not necessarily free. It's often referred to as free money, but it does come with a time and resource cost. So that's what I mean when I'm talking here about, you know, maybe something we'll come back to through this presentation, about thinking through, is it the right time? Is it what I've got the bandwidth to consider right now? Is it going to do what I want it to do? And is it going to take me off in a different path that actually I'm better off staying on the focus track? So we're gonna talk principally, because we're talking to an innovative audience, principally about R&D funding or innovation funding. But we're also going to do a little bit about capital funding, just to kind of make sure that that's well, it's a key component in terms of the funding landscape that we're looking at right now. So how do the two things work together? Can they work together? And how can you maximize that for yourselves? And typically, what do they cover? Well, they can cover quite a lot of the project costs. So unlike maybe if you talk to no disrespect intended at all, but you talk to a standard high street accountant, their mindset about a grant will typically be about, well, it's a grant for a piece of kit, or it's a grant for training. It's very specific. The kind of funding we're talking about here typically is a bit broader than that. So it can cover the cost of people, it can cover the cost of the overheads, materials, consumables, some equipment potentially. It can cover the cost of IP support and subcontractors. So it can be quite broad and quite a reasonably high level of subsidy as well, in terms of the amount of grant you get towards the project costs that you're incurring. So I mentioned capital grants. I'm going to start with capital grants and move on quite quickly, because it's just for context, really. So capital grants were perhaps where grants were 10, 15 years ago. This is the principal sort of grant funding that used to be the run-of-the-mill and is still available. So this is, as the name suggests, this is for capital investment, really. So for equipment, for machines, for kitting out, for facility, etc. It tends to offer a relatively low intervention rate. And what I mean by that, try and keep the jargon low in this presentation. What I mean by that is that means about 20 to 40% of your project costs. So if you're spending £100,000 on a piece of kit, a new shiny actor or something, then you can spend 100,000 on that, then you'll get between 20,000 to 40,000 of that back in terms of the grant to subsidize that cost. You'll get it back after you spend it, typically. And it's often these types of capital grants, it's interesting to see whether this continues to be the case for the next wave of capital funding that's coming next year. But historically, capital funding is typically being given by funders, local funders, hence the map of all the different LEPs and the local economic partnerships in the country, tends to be given for job creation. So it's quite closely tied quite often to, okay, I'm going to give you, for every 10 grand, 15 grand of grant, I want you to create or safeguard a job. So that's what the funder's motivation is. And so that's really important. If you're thinking about capital grants, be very attractive, but you then have an obligation to create and maintain a job, perhaps for a period of time after you've had that money. So how does this work opposite innovation and capital grants? So capital grants then, just cover that one off. So it's typically there to stimulate employment, make jobs, and quite often, not always, but distributed regionally. So if you're looking for capital investment, you're looking typically at a combined local authority or a local network or something. So it tends to be on a more local level, not always, but it tends to be regional. Whereas the innovation grants typically distributed at the national level. So we'll come on to the types of funders and who you should go looking for at that level. But that's typically, if you're looking for significant R&D funding, you're looking at a national funder, and therefore the level of competition, the level of investment, the time you need to put into it tends to be a little bit higher, a little bit more intense. Okay, so we're going to talk briefly about pros and cons. So, as I said, I like grants. So here are some of the pros. So when people talk about grants being free money and non-dilutive, what do we mean by non-dilutive? It means typically you're not taking on debt, you're not giving away, so you're not taking on a debt and therefore securitizing that against an asset. You don't pay the loan back, they'll take the asset away. So you don't need to do that for most grants. And you don't have to give away equity. So you can hold on to that valuable equity until you're ready, until you've created the value in the business. And then obviously you can use that. And we'll come on to a little bit how the different sorts of funding can combine to grow. And typically grants, the innovation grants that we're now talking about principally are, about accelerating, about catalyzing product development, catalyzing maybe relationships, so catalyzing new access to a new facility or a new academic partnership if you need to level up in terms of the innovation partnership that you want, or if you're an academic and you want to level up with a company, it can be a really good lever, business development tool even to how to get the funding. And it can provide, this is really a lot of companies, a lot of innovators kind of appreciate this after the fact, but it does provide critical validation. So this is often R&D funding at the national level can be very competitive. And so if you can succeed at that level, if you can persuade a national funder to give you this precious funding, it can really help be a badge of honor. It can really help bring you into a club, if you like, and provide additional validation to VCs or whoever, to other grant funders, to other partners, etc., on that journey. Clearly, grants have some downsides as well. So it's important, as I said, to when you're considering this, just to think of the context of what you're trying to achieve. As I mentioned, often these are competitive funds. So you have to, like every type of funding, have to consider the time investment you're putting into it. So it might not have to give stuff away necessarily, but you do put some time into that process, particularly for the national level or even the international R&D grants. They are competitive, time consuming. I've already mentioned that they're often paid in arrears. So one thing that you'll need to think about when you're applying, and if you're successful, is if you're starting a project, you'll need to have the match funding. You need to have funding in your pocket already to start the project, to be able to pay for something, to then be able to claim back a tranche of funding. That's not always the case, but a lot of grants, innovation grants, work on the basis that you spend. So you have to manage your cash flow to make the most of the grant. We're often talking about public funders, not always, philanthropic funds, some corporate funds as well. But almost all of them do have a bureaucratic aspect. They're often likened to exams. So, they're often likened to that intense process. The good thing is there's a fixed deadline. It's a useful kind of aid to catalyze partnerships, etc. But there is the pressure and the time and the process. And then if you're successful, the follow-up. You have to be on it in terms then of the bureaucracy side of it. And as I said, you often need the match funding to come to that. So this is an attempt to try and gather all the different types of funding you might be thinking of right now and try and position grants within that context. And I'm going to use an old friend. So this is a technology readiness level, which most of you, or many of you may well have come across. It's something that NASA came up with in the 1980s to represent the development of a product. So down here, you're at ideation and concept, you're moving through products, and then you're going through, accelerating through development, proof of concept around 4, 5, 6, prototyping, operational prototyping, getting ready for market. 9, you're on market, you're revenue generating. And this is a product pathway. So one of the critical things about grant funding is it's typically, innovation grant funding is typically orientated around a product. So as a business, you can keep going for new grants if it's appropriate to do so. You can keep going back for the next product. If you're developing a digital health software product, you've got a Gen 1, you can get a grant to support that. You can go all the way to 9, and then your Gen 2, your next iteration, you can come in and then you can get the next grant to accelerate along again. So you can build in the grants. You don't have to finish one grant to move on to the next one. It's not sequential necessarily either. So grants are really good. They tend to be, therefore, in this sort of sweet spot for grants, tend to be in the 4 to 8. I feel like a weatherman. And then the sort of the context for this, sort of, why have we got all the other types of funding here? So typically, when you're early stage of a project, regardless of what the business is up to, whether you're profitable or not, you're typically looking at research funding at that early stage. You might have some cash yourself. You can tap some friends or family, or some other income, potentially some consultancy work you can do to generate enough to bootstrap, to MVP, whatever it takes to get here to move things through. There are grants to support some of that, but the sweet spot for grants is really that sort of proof of concept prototyping. The closer you get to market, typically, is the less generous a national funder, a governmental funder can be, because they're all about pre-competitive, pre-market support. So if you're all the way at revenue generation, there's not the motivation for the funder to give you a grant to accelerate you through. So that's why this is the sweet spot for the grants over here. Once you've got the grant, as I mentioned just now, you might want to think about, you might be doing this in conjunction, business angels, other forms of debt finance, and then the VCs and then the private equity. This isn't, a Bible, but that tends to be the waterfall of funding that you'll look at and you'll need as you go through things. Okay, so we're moving on. So talking a little bit about where should you apply. So this is orientated principally towards health. So as mentioned, we're going to work on lots of different types of industry, lots of different verticals. This is more of a health piece. And there should be hopefully some familiar names here. So I've not put the regional partners up here, the capital funders, or the innovation funders on the local level. That's no disrespect to them, but it's just that, can't fit them all in on a slide. But these are the ones at the national level. So you've got the NIHR, who, still a very, very key funder for med tech in particular. So they've got a very popular scheme called I4I, Innovation for Invention. That runs a couple of times. Well, the main scheme there runs a couple of times a year, and that can provide funding anything from several $100,000 right through to the low millions in funding at 100% funding. So it's a very attractive fund. In conjunction with that, you've got these things down here called SBRIs, Small Business Research Initiatives. And again, these are 100% funds. These ones actually pay potentially up front. So these can be really attractive. So there's an SBRI healthcare that's run by the NHS that's there to pull forward innovation into NHS. So that's the funder's motivation there. It's all about bringing forward innovation and bringing forward adoption of new tech into NHS. We've then got some possible wildcards just to go onto the right-hand side over there. So you've got the European Space Agency. So that's not precisely maybe things for space. So they're open to health technologies for application in space. Actually, the European Space Agency and its representatives in the UK are very keen to find innovations that use so-called space-based assets. So if you're using telecoms, if you're using GPS, if you're using some form of Earth observation data, etc., they can be an incredibly lucrative and valuable source of funds. And it's a little bit like the SBRIs. It tends to be how they work as well. You've got UK military, which tends to be slightly forgotten sometimes. Not up here on the slide, but they have a dedicated stream for SMEs, for innovation as well. But the main players, to be honest, the ones that will come up time and time again are Innovate UK. So the UK's prime conduit for R&D funding in the UK just had its mandate really renewed. The spending review 3-4 weeks ago has committed to doubling the amount of money that Innovate gets. So they should have a budget of around £2.5 billion within the next couple of years on an annual basis to disperse for health, well, not just health, but for R&D funding in the UK. And their funding is very popular. It's national level, can be very competitive, but they have a number of funds for healthcare innovation, including the flagship biomedical catalyst competition runs a couple of times a year. The SMART, which is their evergreen default, runs 3 or 4 times a year. And then they often have bespoke funds for medical devices and so on and so forth as well. So always, if you're going to sign up to one funder, that's the funder to keep an eye on. That's the funder to keep tabs on. And particularly, we're anticipating with the spending review and the current plans that are coming out of Innovate, that that new burst of funding, a surge of funding, will really start manifesting in April, from April next year. So you're going to see a surge then of both funding size, but also hopefully funding competitions that are accessible to the UK health and life science, and potentially also the European community as well to access. And right in the middle, of course, we've got Horizon Europe. So the latest iteration of the European-wide research framework. Incredible size of budget, you know, a multi-billion, mega multi-billion fund with some accessible chunks for SMEs. So the principal funds that we work on to support around Horizon Europe tend to be the SME instrument, now called the EIC Accelerator, and Eurostars, which is this fund over here, just because as an SME, you tend to be able to retain control over your project compared to the traditional Horizon Europe project, which tends to be a very big consortia, 15, 20 participants. For an SME, it can be hard to keep control of that. So that's why we typically advocate those SME-focused funds. So also to highlight within the live funding opportunities, as I mentioned, so we're anticipating Innovate UK is going to have a surge of funding from April next year. Still has its steady funds, the smarts, etc., still live right now. But these are the funds that are live today, potentially interesting. So if you have an innovation in dementia in particular, there's a call out, really exciting call around dementia research for identifying, diagnosing and prognosis for dementia. Very sizable project, 100% funding, so it's a very good one for you. That's quite niche, but it's in your field. ESA's got a very specific fund around future hospitals, looking to exemplify technologies and applications in a particular way. And you've also then got a more evergreen fund. So those are a little more one-off. This is a challenge fund from NIHR, I4I, where they're looking for later stage. This is probably that, when we look back at that TRL, this is a 6, 7, 8 kind of stage, CE marked, wanting to get real world evidence. And that's just the evidence that there's even funding for that kind of work as well. So what goes into a grant? How does it work? How does this work? We talked a bit sort of top level about grants so far. So what actually is involved in a typical R&D grant? You typically have to, as you might imagine, you have to describe what you're doing. You have to summarize what it's about. You have to present a market opportunity. And I think this is where you tend to find that if you've got your team or you've got a consultancy like us helping you, this is where you marry up the combinations of different people, different parts of the team together. You need a technical and a market proposition, because funders like Innovate and even funders like NIHR, even though NIHR is there to drive innovation into NHS, they want to see a business case. They want to see how you're going to take that product to market. It needs to be as good at, if not better than, a pitch to a VC to get across the line, to get to basically a competitive process to get you a higher score than your competitive cohort you're going up against. So that's a critical part of it. And doing that, the real challenge there is often to do that in a very space constrained way. We're often talking about doing this in maybe 400, 500 words. You really got to nail that proposition. You really got to sort of nail the elevator pitch aspect of things. Often has a numerical aspect. So it depends on the funder. Some funders love numbers. Some funders like to keep it in a little bit. But typically you've got to describe what you're going to do, describe the project plan, how are you going to, what's the cost of that, how that's going to build up, and then why are you going to do it. And the critical question you should be asking yourself, no matter what sort of funding you're going for, but particularly in grant funding, is why you, why now? So what is it that sets you apart from the competition? It's all about the timeliness of your application. So what's happened in the external environment that's made a difference, that's unlocked an opportunity that you've spotted, and you're the best placed innovator to take advantage of. If you can nail that, you're not quite home, but you're a long way towards getting your pitch, your narrative thread through whatever the format is presented. So we talked a little bit earlier about the sort of the pros and cons of grant funding, and I think what I wanted to do is kind of give you the warts and all of funding. So what grant funding typically is fast money. So some grants are quick, but most aren't. Most grants, we're talking about, if it's a collaborative project, you need to give yourself a bit of time to find that collaborator, put that plan together with a collaborator. ideally, it's not always possible because the deadlines sometimes pop up at very short notice. We're all busy people. Not always possible. But ideally, give yourself 6 to 8 weeks to put an application together. If you're doing it for the first time, if you're coming into this for the first time. So defining the project, writing the bid. Typically, we're at this point, so the midpoint here is that's when you've submitted. So typically, a typical assessment process can take anything from 1 month to 3 months to go through. Sometimes some funders have a very fast turnaround. They have a one-step process, but quite often, particularly for larger sums of money, talking about a 2-step process, you're talking about maybe a 2 or 3-step process. You might have an interview phase and all the fun and games that entails. So it can be a qualitative and a quantitative assessment process. It's good to get a handle on. Most of the funders that we've talked about so far are pretty good at listing what they're looking for and pretty accessible. If you've got a question and you're not working with a consultancy like us, you can ask them. You can ask them, what does it you mean by that? What are you looking for? There's usually some affiliates that potentially you can access some support for as well. Once you've got a decision, hopefully a positive one, and you put the champagne on the ice, hopefully, then that's the due diligence. So most funders at that point, there's typically a process where they'll want to know, are you who you say you are? Can you validate it? It's not, I'd say, having been on both sides of the equation in terms of being, VC backed and grant backed as an entrepreneur, it's not as intense as a VC entrepreneur, a VC due diligence process, but it can be a rigorous process. Thanks, Maxine. So you still need to be thorough in preparing materials, thorough in terms of making sure basically they want to know, are you able to take the project forward? The worst thing for a funder is they give you the money and you fall over. As a proposition, as a business, it doesn't go ahead. They've spent everyone's best interest at that point that you're best set to go. And like I said earlier, you then start your project, and we're sort of 6 to 9 months into it here. Start your project, and then it's up to 3 months, maybe. If it's not one of those that pays up front, it's up to 3 months till you first get your first grant check back. So that's just something to bear in mind. If you think about grants, they're phenomenally helpful. They validate, they accelerate, but they do take time, and they can take a while to come through. And you've got to then gauge, when you're applying, you've got to gauge where am I going to be to take best use of this. All right, I'm going to whistle stop through these in the last 3 or 4 minutes or so, but just to kind of try and bring some of this to life a little bit with some examples. So this one, we're going to focus in on Innovate. So this is for a single SME, 12-month project, £500,000 total project cost with a 70% subsidy. They're going to get a grant of £350,000 towards their project costs. So in this case, we're going to highlight one of our clients, Ignite Data, who a digital health software pioneer. And their project in this instance was actually a slightly longer project, an 18-month project, but again, a 500K was a smart project, Smart Innovate UK Smart project. And they've been able to use that and then catalyze that by getting further grants, further R&D credits, and move on and really accelerate the development of their lead project, all about patient recruitment. As I mentioned, sometimes the funders mandate collaboration. So in this instance, we're talking about SME and a university partner. So in this instance, you'll see that actually the total project here is £850,000 total project. It's quite a chunky project. But the SME gets just under £500,000, 409,000 at 70% intervention. They're a small, medium enterprise. But the university costs, because it's an Innovate project, the university actually gets the equivalent of what's called 80% FEC, which is equivalent to about 100% of their funding. So actually, the total grant is more than 70% of the project cost. So it's actually more beneficial for everyone involved to go for that. And it's a slightly longer project to justify the longer time frame. And this is another example. This one was with a company called OsteoWorld, a collaboration with the University of Birmingham. This is a med tech all around suturing, suture technology. So very quickly, last couple of minutes, going to talk about tax credits. So tax credits, how does this work? How can you combine tax credits? Tax credits are phenomenal. What are they? They're basically a retrospective way of after the end of your tax year, applying for a rebate against eligible R&D costs. And one of the myths that definitely want to bust is you can continue to access tax credits if you secure a grant. But before you secure the grant, it's always worth checking to see what effect it might have on ability to be able to, the key to it is being able to structure your R&D project and structure your R&D claim in a way that the two things are separate, because there are two different key schemes that are here, the SME scheme and what's called the R&D expenditure credit scheme. For now, at least, it's under review. So typically, if you've got an Innovate grant, you can still get tax credits, but you fall into a different scheme. And then you just need to make sure that when you're applying, that it's just ring-fenced in your claims, that it's very clear to the HMRC that the two things are separate. And that will enable you to continue to apply for funds that fall outside the grant in the SME scheme, which is at 33% of your, up to 33% of your funds. And for the Innovate grant, you can get up to 11% with the RDEC scheme. Cool. All right. Last minute, key takeaways. Thanks, Maxine. So I think the key things are really, hopefully it's come across, grants, it's a bit of a misnomer that it's free money. You definitely need to apply some diligence, definitely need to make sure it's the right grant at the right time for you, and use them strategically. Think about when you're thinking about your funding, the different options available anytime. And then I think you'll find that grants will find their place for you in your plans for accelerating development. Thanks for your time. Let's get to questions.
Great, thank you so much, Jonathan. Great friend of Giant, and John steps up. Been a judge at Beanstalks before, and provided prizes, a big free consultancy, I think, at some point. But if you want to know anything more, please do look at their website, granted.co.uk, granted.limited.co.uk. Do access their reports as well. Track their website as well, because they're always saying when the next deadlines are. All right, so do keep in touch with John and his team. So what we're going to do is we've got the Beanstalks now, and I think all of you want to what? Do you all want to see the Beanstalks? Great. So if possible, can we shove everybody as much as possible this way? Yeah, so move chairs over, anything, just budge up. We'll have to compromise a little bit on social distance, but it's for a good cause. Judge. You're a judge? Yes, okay, great. Then just sit in the front. Judges, look at this, standing room only, yet again, for our fantastic showcase of our Beanstalk shortlist. We have our judges waiting eagerly with this. As this is a showcase, we are really just focusing only on the presentation. We're not going to do questions this time. Just give the startups chance to speak a little bit more slowly and not rush so much. So we're going to start, actually, it's this change of order, because we got 4 dialing in from overseas, from Sweden and Austria, and I think a couple from the US. So in a change to the order, I'm now going to introduce Sana and let them talk for themselves. Okay, so listen up and enjoy. We got 10 minutes.
Thanks. Okay, everybody can hear me all right? I can hear myself. Perfect. Let me just get this out of the way. Great. All right. Nice to see you all today. I'm Patrick. I'm the CEO and one of the 3 co-founders of Sano. As you can see, we're a platform for personalized medicine, and we're digital and at-home first. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do and some of our progress to date and what the future looks like for us. So everyone in the room probably doesn't need to be convinced to this, but if we look at the data, it's very clear that every year medicines are becoming more and more personal. And in particular, genomic biomarkers are steadily increasing. We've actually already seen this in cancer. About 10 years ago, 1 in 5 cancer drugs were approved with a genetic biomarker. Now that ratio is flipped. 4 out of 5 cancer drugs are approved with a genetic biomarker. And we see this trend happening in almost every other major disease area: neurology, immunology, cardiology, and so on. So it's very clear that the future is going to be more data-driven, which is great, but there's a lot of challenges and things that we need to fix to fully realize the potential. There's a couple of big challenges in the drug development pathway, and these affect both patients and drug developers. So there's enormous costs that are incurred and failure rates at the clinical trial stage. About 90% of drugs fail. Usually this is due to efficacy. It's a lot of data suggesting that genetic data can improve this, but even with genetic data, we see a significant failure rate due to challenges with recruitment and other challenges at the clinical trial stage. So there's a huge opportunity to improve this, and in particular to improve the economics and speed of the model. One of the real patient impacts is that millions of people every year die not being able to get access to drugs that actually we know to work. There's just simply a failure of the clinical trial system to effectively and efficiently get those to market. And this is a problem that we're trying to tackle. In particular, one of the big challenges is around data silos. There's more than 10 million people who've been genetically tested in the UK, for example, but most of that data is not actually easily and readily available to drug developers. So that's a big problem that we're trying to solve. Just as an example, in Alzheimer's disease, there's a number of companies developing precision therapies for ApoE4, but because patients' genetic data isn't available to the clinical trial developers, there's an enormous screen failure rate at the trial stage. It's the same case in Parkinson's, ALS, and many other diseases that are being essentially reclassified from common diseases into rarer genetic subtypes, but the data is not available to clinical trial developers to understand which patients are right for the therapy and which ones aren't. So this is the way that the typical drug development process works. There's acquisition of data at every stage of the process, early R&D, observational studies like natural history and biomarker studies, and then into clinical trials, phase 1, 2, 3, and beyond. What the impact of these silos is that there's misalignment across different parts of biotech and large pharma organizations, but also there's a lot of repeated work, in particular new data that's being generated from scratch at every piece of the process where it doesn't need to. And I'll give you who's been enrolled in a biobank like the UK Biobank or one of the other large-scale biobanks. They have genetic data, but actually it's very difficult to get that genetic data into the hands of a trial site or a clinical trialist to determine if a patient who's been enrolled in that biobank is also eligible for a clinical trial. This is an infrastructure problem. It's not that the data doesn't exist, it's just about how it can safely and effectively move around. So if it would be possible to reuse this data across the whole life cycle, it would save a huge amount of time and cost. A second example is often companies conduct natural history studies or biomarker studies, which are lighter weight than a typical clinical trial. But because of the cost and time complexities, that data is typically not then reused in a trial context for recruitment. So again, this is an inefficiency in the system that means when it comes time to run the phase 2 or phase 3, recruitment typically needs to start from scratch, which wastes time and again, money in particular in generating the same data sets that have been repeatedly generated. So what we do to solve this problem is we've developed what we call a patient engagement platform that sits across the entire drug development process and has the patient at the center. The patient is the key to linking all these data points together. And we work with biotech companies, biobanks, as well as patient registries to build that direct relationship with participants in their research studies and enable more efficient recontact and pooling of data. And I'll give you a few examples and a little bit more about our model here in a moment. But effectively, rather than treating the process as a series of silos, we think of it as one continuous multi-year program where patients sit at the center and our software powers that interaction. What the product does in particular is three main things. First and foremost, it's a digital patient-facing platform that gives patients a way to find new research opportunities that are relevant for them, to consent and do pre-screening to take part in those. The second piece is an at-home testing suite. In particular, we focus on saliva-based genetic testing for pre-screening for personalized medicine trials. And we're also adding additional data enrichment modules. In particular, medical records is the next one we've rolled out. It's in the US right now, but we're working on the same module in the UK and other parts of Europe. So what this provides in general is a way to create really high-quality data sets that are access directly to patients, genetic data, and other high-quality clinical data, crucially with that recontact capability and no longer just generating individual data silos. Our software has been applied in more than 20 different precision medicine programs from large pharma, biotech, biobanks, and patient registries. We've worked across a number of disease areas from Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease in the neurology space to rare diseases like alpha-1 antitrypsin. And the product was developed, first and foremost, co-developed really with patients and participants. We worked extensively with the 100,000 Genomes Project to co-develop the platform with rare disease patients and participants that are part of that program. And we do regular design sprints with participants to make sure it's friendly, easy to use, and we've built with accessibility in mind. We're in the US and UK now. We've just started to expand into Australia, and we're expanding into Europe next year. In particular, the Netherlands will be our first non-English language speaking deployment of our product. The way the business model works and the way that we price the platform is we charge a subscription for access to the platform, and then there's additional volume-based pricing for genetic testing or analysis services and recruitment through our network of recruitment partners. And these include the patient organizations we work with, recruitment companies, and other sources. So ultimately what it is an end-to-end platform that allows precision medicine studies to be run much more quickly, cost effectively, and with the patients at the center. Our average contract today is about $300,000 US, and this can range pretty significantly. Our largest contract is about $250,000 or $750,000. And we're disease agnostic. The only area we don't work in is tumor sequencing. So we work basically in everything that has to do with germline DNA testing. In terms of competition, there's a wide range out there. The way I can boil down our strategy most simply is that our strategy is actually the inverse of companies like 23andMe. Rather than building a vertical and closed ecosystem that only a small number of companies get access to, we're building a horizontal platform that enables every pharma, biotech, biobank, patient registry to get access to a similar scale and quality of patient experience that you might expect from a consumer product, but built for research. Just to wrap up here, a couple more slides. Our long-term vision here is to build a platform that enables both patients to get access to their own data and have control of how it's used, and also precision medicine developers to get access to linked genetic and medical data with the ability to recontact patients at a very large scale. Our ambition is global. So as I mentioned before, we started in the UK and quickly moved to the US. We're expanding to Australia and Europe in the next year. Just a quick recap here. We're working with a number of leading precision medicine, biotechs, pharma, and biobanks and patient registries that I mentioned. We're generating significant revenue, average contract size about $300,000. Our major USP to pharma and biotech in particular is that we help them to significantly accelerate their precision medicine programs. So we can on average go 5x faster than the siloed modular approach that I showed you before. A final point about the business is that our product and tech is ready to scale and go multi-language. As I mentioned, we're rolling out into Europe next year, and we've built the tech from the ground up to make going multi-language really straightforward. And then finally, just a plug for the audience is we are hiring a lot of engineers and sales and commercial people. So if you're interested, then grab me afterwards or email me. My email will be on the last slide. We'd love to work with you. We've recently closed another funding round and are getting ready to grow again. So thanks very much. And my email is on the screen if anyone from any of those groups that I mentioned wants to get in touch and learn more. Thank you.
Patrick. You are exhibiting. Have you got a place out there? No. You don't? Okay, well, this is what he looks like. Find him. Okay, so do we have someone on the line now? We got two on the line. So I think we're going to go to, so first of all, we have the Sophie Group of Austria, is that right? With their EduPression, which is an online depression therapy. No, we're going with the other one. Okay, we're starting with Tada Medical from Sweden, who have Relink, which is an advanced breakaway connector for IV lines. So I will step aside and let the screen do the talking.
Thank you so much. My name is Katarina. I'm co-founder and CEO at Tada, based in Stockholm, Sweden. And 2021 has been an amazing year for us. We managed to get the company ISO certified, and we managed to do a grand slam, which basically we got 3 of the biggest grants, 5.5 million euros in total that we partly share with hospitals and the consortium partners. And there is a reason why we got this money. It's because the problem that we solve is so huge. We found the problem when we spent time at the Children Oncology Clinic to identify their unmet needs. And all of their children will need several infusions, such as you see on the pictures. And no matter what the nurse does, there's always risk for accidents when the tube gets ripped out from patients, causing pain, and if it's toxic medication, it leaks. And it's obviously not good for the patient, but it's neither good for the nurse and the environment around them. So we looked around at other areas and realized that the problem is so much bigger than just the kids. There are almost 17 billion tubes used annually, and almost half fail on mechanical complications. We were looking at the dislodgement rate, and on average, there are 10% that get ripped out during use that we encountered at a children's oncology clinic. And the consequences are patient injury, loss of expensive medication, and also toxic exposure for healthcare personnel. It takes on average 30 minutes to reinstate therapy. And it costs, just the dislodgements in Europe and US cost 28 billion euros every year. When the problem is that something breaks, the standard solution is to make it stronger. We did the opposite. We made it weaker. This is from the office where we just demonstrate our breakaway connector. So when it's pulled, it breaks into 2 parts, and you can easily clean it and reconnect it again to rapidly reinstate therapy. To the left, you have examples of traditional solutions that connects the tube stronger and stronger to the patients. But according to several studies, this approach does not help. What we have been doing with our weak link solution is that we reduce the consequences of IV dislodgement, as well as preventing it in the first place. Relink is a platform technology where each area, that gravitational IV, for instance, or all of the different areas have unique advantages for the specific target. The first product, as I mentioned before, Relink Care, is CE approved and can be sold straight away. Then the next one that we're working on is Relink Advanced Enclosed System. We are developing both in pipelines, and we have studies lined up, 3 clinical trials next year in Sweden, Spain, and Portugal. So we are looking for regulatory approval for these products soon as well. The digital Relink comes with monitoring and digital functions, which will enable home care with infusions. And Relink Vet, we are working with the only Swedish university for animal care and looking into how we can improve their infusion markets as well. Almost 17 billion tubes needs to be safeguarded, and each of these are growing. The opportunity is basically growing. The Relink Care for gravitational IV, that's growing with 6%. If you look at the closed system, it has a CAGR of 26%. So it's huge numbers, and these opportunities even grow. Since it's so many, we are looking into a business model where we are licensing out the IP and possibility of working with different large business-to-business players that are already on the market. We have been talking to several of them, larger players, and we have this system that internally where we give out first information, and then when it's NDA in place, etc., we can share more. But we have been doing a lot of mapping and analyzing, and we're soon down to finished with that. We're also looking directly at hospitals just to prove market and get the product rolling. And there is a tender opening up in Stockholm and Sweden in the beginning of next year. So we're working on that. Well, it's next year, but it's we have meetings in the beginning of the year. We are targeting out of the total addressable market, we're looking into addressing 10, and out of those we want to manage to get 900 million by 2027, and that is, as I said, with this licensing model. And it is in this estimates we're calculating with some of the ones that we are already talking to. This would give us a target turnover of 120 million euros by 2027. So we have this amazing team. I'm an engineer with an MBA and work with product and business development. Rebecca has a PhD in engineering sciences. Christopher is a medical doctor. We are the 3 co-founders, and then the rest of the team is handpicked and amazing. All in all, if we put together all the patents within the team, it's 87 or something like that. And quite a few have PhD postdocs or have a career before from consultancy. We are also very lucky with lots of partners and collaboration partners, and close and quick access to product and business advisors in product and business development is obviously will speed up the entire process. So we have both research partner, hospital partners, and innovative. Since we're looking at the licensing model, that we are both proving market and scaling at the same time. We are looking into having a bridge round opening basically as I speak. We'll have a meeting with our investors to target that down next week. So we're looking into a bridge round of 650,000 euros to then have a round next year. So the bridge round will basically take us proving market and qualify us for an A round. And please get in contact to me if you want to be part of either the first or the second. And you have my information there. And I will look forward to your calls. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. We're now, do we have our second virtual one? No? So we're needing live. And Cello, are you here? Katja, brilliant. Thank you for saving our lives. And not for the first time. All right, I will just hand the stage to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katja. I'm a CEO and founder of Encello, where we make accessing cells very easy and at large scale. So I'm here to talk to you more of what exactly we do. So if I ask you, who are you? Different people would come up with different explanations or definitions. Someone may be a businessman, a researcher, a scientist, an artist. So it really depends on who you are and what you associate yourself with. I'm a biologist, so we can also say that people are a collection, very sophisticated collections of cells. There are about 30 trillion cells in our bodies. They all communicate with each other and do different jobs. And us scientists, we're really keen to study these cells because they are unique, just as unique as we are. So how do we get a hold of cells? So the most easiest way is just to get a piece of tissue by performing a biopsy. We get millions of cells, but it's a super unpleasant procedure. Another way that everyone is familiar with is saliva. So it's a cheek swab. We get dead cells that are useful for DNA extraction, and it's really widely used. We also find cells in blood, and these are routinely assessed for every single medical test. And what people know less about is urine. So everybody knows that we can do biochemical tests on urine, which are very informative. But what people know less about is that there are also live cells shed in urine. They originate from the kidneys. And there is a bit of a debate what kind of cells they are. So some scientists say that these are mesenchymal stem cells because they can be grown in the lab extensively and are really useful in research. So we can't find the cells in any other biofluid apart from maybe bone marrow. So you wouldn't have kidney cells in your blood, so urine would be the only place. We can replace some of the biopsies by studying cells shed in urine. We can also reprogram these cells into truly stem cells, induced pluripotent stem cells, which can replace blood samples and skin biopsies that are currently used to do that. And we can also multiply them in the lab and manipulate them in the lab, for example, to test drugs. And the information we get from that is super useful because, as I said, all the cells are unique, just as we are. So why is it that no one has really heard about this fact? Like I'm sure in this audience, probably most of you hear about this for the first time, that there are live cells that we lose every day just down the toilet. So because it's really difficult to get them out of urine. So this is the current workflow that we rely on. So we need patients to come to the clinic where they provide sample for us. And then we have a 4-hour window in which the sample has to be transported somewhere where there is a big centrifuge. And we have to separate cells from urine by centrifugation. And the whole process is really inefficient. So people are reporting different things. Sometimes you get cells in 1 out of 10 samples. Some people say they can get 8 samples out of 10 with cells. And there is a lot of kind of inconsistencies in what people report. And the reason I know about this is I experienced these limitations firsthand. I did my PhD project studying these cells. So it was really frustrating to having to run between hospital and laboratory, bringing this urine pots and then centrifuging them and then not getting cells in a lot of cases. So I've decided to change this. And we now have a solution to this problem. So we can actually stretch the 4 hours to 24 hours, which would enable live cell collection by mail. So we've developed this cell catcher, which is a collapsible cup that people can pee in. Then they get rid of the urine down the toilet. The cells are preserved in here. Then there are a couple steps that a person has to do to supply them with a really happy environment that they're comfortable in, and then they can be mailed back to the lab. So we have 2 products. So one is the cell catcher, which is our ultimate goal for home use. And in the meantime, this is slightly easier to make and launch. So this is cell catcher clinic edition, which has a slightly different configuration, but works by the same principle. So you get these cell pots with live cells that can be used to transport cells from the clinic to laboratory, which also saves a lot of effort to clinicians and researchers. So if we look at the market, like who actually needs it? What people don't realize that a lot of research relies on cell work. We all know about mice, but what people don't know about is that most of the research happens in vitro using cells. So this is our entry point. We are focusing on primary cells and kidney function test, which is where this technology would be used straight away. We have a lot of interest from cancer researchers, as depending on your clinical status, there may be tumor cells shed in urine in the case of kidney, bladder, and prostate cancers. But the biggest of them all is biobanking. So conventional biobanks rely on storage of various tissues and biomaterial, which is super difficult to collect. It takes a long time. It's super difficult to maintain, as everything is frozen, and it has to be done for a long time. So here we can really disrupt this place and space with our technology, because it would be on-demand sourcing of cells from anyone, thanks to our technology. And the serviceable and achievable market is around 100 million. So this is our vision in more detail. We would like to create a database which would contain demographic data, genotypic data, and clinical profile of potential donors that customers such as pharma, SCROs, researchers would access and select cohorts of patients that we would source cells from. Nothing of this like exists at the moment because nobody really looked into urine as a novel source of cells. So once again, this is our product pipeline. So we're focusing now on developing the technology. And then we're moving into a service space, which would be this virtual biobanking. We have relied on a mix of funding so far. So we've been through several accelerators, such as Rebel Bio, SOSV, P4, who I've met here at Deep Science Ventures. We also secured funding from a charity, Kidney Research UK. We formed collaboration with the Great Ormond Street Hospital and UCL, where we are currently based. And what we're looking for our next step is another round of 425,000 for us to scale up the manufacturing and develop the virtual biobanking platform. So this is how I will spend the money. I always upfront and have a plan on how the money will be spent. And this is our team. So I work closely with Bonnie, who is a cell culture specialist. And we also have on board a designer and the prototyping CAD designer who develops all these amazing and cool looking things. Our scientific advisor is Professor David Long, who is a nephrologist based at Institute of Child Health at UCL. And we also have a business person on board who helps us with all the strategy and planning. Thank you so much for your interest. I hope I kind of you learned something new. And here are just a few quotes from my letters, which may be not there, but people really meet it with a lot of excitement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So who'd have known we were flushing so much DNA down the loo? So that was a revelation for me. That's my number one thing I've learned actually at Giant this year so far. How are we on the virtual side, Steve and Dan? No? Okay. So next on my list is elasticist. Do we have elasticists here? Sorry, no. So Novolans aren't able to make it, are they, from Spain? And then we have Remedium Bio. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay. So Remedium Bio here from Boston, and they believe that any disease can be cured by gene therapy. I will leave the stage to you. I'll give you a 3-minute warning. Sure. 3 and a 1. All right. Just keep a wee eye. Sorry? Oh, we're just restarting the live stream. So just give me, I don't quite start yet. Let's wait for my signal.
I'm Frank Lupino. I'm the CEO of Remedium Bio. We're a US-based Boston area gene therapy company developing treatments for serious disease. Our approach is to use novel combinations of technologies that are already proven. And we believe that by using such a modular approach, we can streamline product development a bit, de-risk it slightly. And when combined with selection of the proper target indication, we think we can create opportunities for significant value creation early in the development phase. And we think we've done that with our lead product for osteoarthritis. We're currently raising additional seed capital that will fund a significant collaboration with Tufts University, a local Boston university, and their renowned osteoarthritis laboratory that's evaluating our construct. And we believe results from that study will support a transformational Series A in 2022 and put us on a path to exit in 3 years. Here we go. OA, it's a significant problem, not only for the 1 in 7 adults who suffer from the disease, but also the healthcare system in general. And sadly, with OA, there are no approved therapeutics that actually alter the progression of the cartilage loss associated with this disease in any way. There are approved treatments, certainly, and there are a number of therapeutics, but they're all palliative only. They mask the pain of OA for short periods of time. The only way to even slow the rate of cartilage loss associated with OA is to actually remove your entire joint in a joint replacement surgery. So this lack of successful therapeutics is certainly not for lack of trying. Because of this significant unmet need and very large potential market, a number of compounds have been tried and a number of therapeutics have been tried that have all failed, all except for one. Repeatedly injecting a growth factor, human fibroblast growth factor, FGF18, into joints of arthritic patients has been shown in clinical study to actually increase cartilage thickness. But this treatment modality is limited by the same issue that limits all potential OA therapeutics delivery. Since cartilage is avascular, without that blood flow, systemically delivered therapeutics can't get to the site in sufficient quantities to achieve clinical benefits. You'd like to deliver locally, inject right into the joint, but whatever's injected into the joint clears rapidly. So you can't maintain therapeutic concentrations long enough to achieve significant benefits. So these limitations, as well as the significant potential of FGF18 treatment in OA, are evident in the clinical studies for this, in clinical data for this treatment modality. So these data here come from a 550 patient phase 2 clinical study that was evaluating osteoarthritis in knee OA patients and evaluating repeat injections of the FGF18 protein. Cartilage thickness was measured by MRI over a 2-year period. And the results showed a couple of things. Number one, the placebo group, as expected, loses cartilage over that 2-year time frame. But as you increase the dose and increase the frequency of the FGF18 injections, you actually have a very nice dose response curve. And at the highest frequency and dose, you actually get statistically significant increases in cartilage thickness. A couple challenges with this approach, though. Number one is that as soon as you stop these continual injections, you lose those gains. And number two, it's impossible to optimally dose this approach because there's only so many times you can inject patients. So that the best result in this study was obtained with a treatment regimen of 3 weekly injections every 6 months. So if you have bilateral OA, that's 12 injections a year forever. So Remedium, we believe we can solve these challenges. We use gene therapy to reprogram the cells of the arthritic joint so they express therapeutic levels of the FGF18 protein to create an environment that's conducive to cartilage health, the potential for a single injection to stop or reverse cartilage loss. Our solution, it's a simple solution. We like to call it an elegant solution, and importantly, it's a proprietary solution. We're simply taking the DNA instructions for coding the FGF18 protein. We package that into a proven delivery vector. We've chosen a viral delivery vector, an AAV2 serotype, because it's the vector of choice for joints in that it transduces the target cells very efficiently. And also, it's used in an approved product and products in development safely at doses that are orders of magnitude higher than we're going to need. That construct is injected into your joint. The cells within the joint get transduced and they express the protein. It's important to note this is a local, not a systemic gene therapy. It's really an ideal application for gene therapy. And to be sure now, you need some cartilage present because this product works by stimulating chondrocytes. So if your disease has progressed to the bone-on-bone state, it may not be for you, but the market, the prevalence and incidence of OA is so large that even mild and moderate patients, this is an opportunity that can be measured in the tens of billions of dollars. I mentioned streamlining development up front. So our product is really just a combination of elements that have already been clinically validated and in many cases approved in other products. And the pharmacology here is already proven. So at its core, what we're doing is using gene therapy to have your own body express an endogenous protein within physiologic limits to treat a disease, osteoarthritis, where that protein is already undergoing clinical development and regulatory review. So we like to say the path is not only cleared for us, but it's really paved here. And with osteoarthritis in particular, the preclinical early stage in vitro ex vivo models that you use, they're well established. And certainly in the case of FGF18, the outcomes are correlated with subsequent in vivo clinical outcomes. So we think very early on in the development of this asset, we can unlock significant value in the eyes of a strategic partner. And that early stage work is underway. I mentioned up front a collaboration we have with Boston area university, Tufts University, and their renowned osteoarthritis laboratory. This is a laboratory that's been studying OA, cartilage degradation, and regeneration for a number of years. And we have a very comprehensive collaboration underway. It's important to point out up front, this collaboration is assessing 100% Remedium-owned IP. It's a sponsored research agreement, but we've got in vivo, ex vivo studies, and in vitro studies. And the outcome assessments, as I mentioned, comprehensive here. We're going to be having multi-arm for all of our studies, looking at the protein itself, along with our gene therapy, so we can correlate some results to the clinical data that I showed previously. And the output from this collaboration will do a couple of things: publish the data, create some buzz around our unique approach to treating OA, but also to support a transformational Series A raise about the middle of 2022, not that long from here. I mentioned, I think a couple of times, the possibility to create value early in development here. That's for a few reasons. We really feel like a number of factors are converging on this lead asset to create sort of a perfect storm. Number one, OA is a big market, but certainly for disease-modifying OA therapy, it's a huge market. And number two, gene therapy deals, unlike traditional pharma deals where you're expressing a protein with a known pharmacology, are happening very early in development because it's de-risked to some extent. Once you demonstrate, you can get that expression. And three, in the OA market in particular, the market is currently dominated by medical device companies that make artificial joints. large pharma, large biotech isn't really playing in this space, and it's too big of a market to ignore. So we think there will be a lot of interest for our approach. I don't have time to go through it, but I have several examples of here of significant value being created throughout the development process. So this fact is driving our strategy. We intend to exit this lead asset at the IND readiness stage, either by IPO or to a larger strategic partner who will take it through clinical studies. We think it'll take us 3 years to get there. Total spend of $20 to $25 million to get there. As I mentioned, right now we're raising additional seed capital to get us comfortably on the other side of the Tufts data and through a Series A, and then it's on rails to get to IND readiness and execute here. And we have a team that can get this done. My own experience, I've been in the life sciences for 3 decades. Almost 2 of those, I was at a company called Acute Therapeutics, the chief operating officer there. While there, I brought several of the leading OA products to the market that are on the market today. We licensed those successfully to J&J in the United States, developed a cell-based cartilage regenerative product, not for OA, but for focal lesions. My co-founder has also worked in OA, and we know gene therapies as well. So we know OA, we know how to create value in OA. We're working with advisors who know the OA space as well. So we have the team to get it done. And we think we have the right approach, the right team to crack the largest unmet need in rheumatology. That's our story. And this is me. If you want to talk, I'm around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. We're going to play Startup Roulette again. Who do we have? Do we have anyone on the line? Is that... I don't have my numbers here. Is that Human Health or is it Elasticys?
No, this is Elasticys.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
All right. So let's start off with. So we're ready to go live with them. Hello. What's his name? Simon. Hello, Simon. Where are you dialing from today?
Sweden.
From Sweden. Which city are you in? You in Stockholm?
Piteå.
All right.
Piteå.
All right. Excellent. Okay, so we got 10 minutes. Are you timing yourself? Because I don't think you'll be able to see me. But
no, that's fine. I can time myself.
Lovely. All right, we're not doing questions today. So you take the floor and give it your best shot.
All right, thank you. Oh, we're live up. And I'm the sales manager at Elasticys. Now, a quick introduction to Elasticys. We're a Swedish company, and we're experts in cloud-native security, operations, and compliance. And we specifically work with companies in the medtech industry, helping them both with security and compliance for their applications. So if you have some kind of or if you're developing some kind of software application that runs in the cloud, that's where we can come in and help with compliance. So let me just share my screen here. All right, so Elasticys are the creators of the open source project called Compliant Kubernetes. And Compliant Kubernetes is used by various customers in heavily regulated industries, and specifically the medtech industry, to both achieve the high security demands that you need for a platform handling patient data, and also to achieve GDPR and patient data law compliance. So when we built Compliant Kubernetes, we specifically looked at the demands set forth in GDPR, patient data laws, and also the security best practices for handling European personal identifiable information from the European Data Protection Board, as well as the security best practices for security hardening a Kubernetes cluster from NSA. And all of this tied together with the ISO 27001 controls, which is also relevant for customers handling sensitive data. We built the Kubernetes distribution around that. So Compliant Kubernetes in itself, it's a Kubernetes distribution that's open source. And we also built this using open source software. So we haven't actually developed specific applications to solve logging ourselves, but we rather looked at the open source landscape and community and packaged the best of breed open source solutions to fulfill the needs of medtech companies. So instead of companies having to solve all of this by themselves, they can use our platform to get started on developing an application and build application features, because that's, I mean, the real value that a company delivers to that is using the application. So instead of having to figure out how to, on a Kubernetes level, comply with GDPR and patient data laws, we already done that for you, and you can focus on application development. So if we dig down a little bit into the details in the Kubernetes platform, you need to be able to do access control, for instance. You need to be able to see who has done what. You can't just have one account for all your developers, but you need individual accounts and individual access control. So we can solve that in compliant Kubernetes with a project called Dex that we can connect to the identity provider used by the developers. We ship compliant Kubernetes with a complete logging stack based on Elasticsearch. So you have both the Kubernetes audit logs, which you need for auditing purposes and so on, but you can also have your application logs. So you don't have to set up a separate logging solution for your application. We ship a logging stack within compliant Kubernetes. We also ship a solution for backups because, I mean, obviously, if you're handling patient data, you need to make sure to take continuous backups and to store them in a good and secure way. So we can handle backups as well. Now, this little Viking helmet labeled continuous compliance is really cool because that lets us enforce policy as code in the Kubernetes clusters. And this, I mean, one problem when it comes to IT security is that humans make mistakes. And with policy as code, we can make it impossible for humans to make certain mistakes, such as pushing a development container image to the production environment and so on. With Open Policy Agent, we can enforce a lot of policies that will then help you as an app developing company stay compliant with GDPR, patient data laws, and so on. We also ship compliant Kubernetes with a container registry called Harbor. And within that container registry, there's a function called Trivy that does vulnerability scanning of all your container images. So obviously, if you're selling a solution to hospital and so on, you have to make sure that you don't have known vulnerabilities within your code. So we can make sure to alert you of all those vulnerabilities with Trivy. Also, for unknown vulnerabilities, we ship compliant Kubernetes with Falco, which is a tool used to detect unknown threats. So Falco pretty much learns the behavior of the Kubernetes cluster and can notify you if something weird is happening. Think of it as an antivirus for a computer. Falco is kind of the same. Also, if you're developing an application and you want to sell it as software as a service, you don't want to set up a separate Kubernetes cluster for each end customer purchasing your application. So with Calico, we can segment the Kubernetes cluster and segment the end users. So for instance, end user A can't connect to end user B's database and so on. Also, with Cert Manager, we can make sure to automatically update any certificates continuously. And yeah, also, of course, capacity management is really important, but that's solved with Kubernetes itself. Also, all of this is monitored with Prometheus, and then graphically visualized in Grafana. And then we can also set up alerts and so on. So this is open source. You can take this and run this on whatever cloud you want to. But at Elasticys, we also offer this as a managed service to our customers. And that's where the real value comes in. And also for GDPR compliance, it's really important to evaluate what clouds you're running your service on. So we at Elasticys are not a cloud provider, but we offer this on selected cloud providers. So, so for instance, if you have an application running storing European personal identifiable information, you don't want to run that on American cloud providers because we're seeing an increasing demands in Europe right now that for purchasers of SaaS solutions, that they really want to make sure that the solution falls under EU jurisdiction. And that is really troublesome then if you're running your application on American cloud. So we can run compliant Kubernetes on EU clouds for healthcare companies to ensure GDPR compliance and patient data law compliance and so on, and enable you guys to better sell your SaaS application to the European market. Yes, and I can also show a little bit what it's like to be a user of compliant Kubernetes. So all of those applications would be part of the managed service that we provide. But for the actual users, there's no need to learn the ins and outs of Falco. For the actual application developers using compliant Kubernetes, you will get access to application logs and audit logs, of course, application metrics, and also application alerts. And you will have access to working Kubernetes API, as well as the container registry. Now, we don't say that you specifically have to use a CI/CD pipeline, any specific CI/CD pipeline, but rather you can decide which CI/CD pipeline you want to use, that your developers are comfortable using, and then connect that to compliant Kubernetes. And that's what the application developers will use in compliant Kubernetes. And then the super user will have the possibility to create network policies and also decide on role-based access control in the Kubernetes cluster. Yes, so I think my time is running out. But that was quickly an introduction to compliant Kubernetes and elasticity and what we can do to help medtech companies sell their services better in the European Union.
Fantastic. Okay, Simon, I think that's it. I don't know if you can hear us. Can you just give us your face, if you can? Is your face there? Say bye-bye. Give them a round of applause anyway. Maybe you can hear us. Who knows? All right. So I'm expecting either Weaver or do we have Edupression? We have Edupression live on air from Stockholm. Okay. Well, and who's presenting? Dan. Okay, Daniel, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, can you see anything? Can you see
no,
our
I
lovely
can't see
audience?
anything.
Okay, we have a lovely,
Great.
we have a packed audience who are actually feeling much, much warmer than they were outside. So you've got, we're not doing questions today, but you have 10 minutes. Are you able to keep your own time? We're quite strict.
My connection is not working at all.
Okay. Bear with.
It is screen sharing.
So we can see you now. All right. And if you got the screen share there, it worked fine for the previous person. So I think we're all right on this end.
It's no, I'm sorry for that. And also to this now.
Just 1 minute. We'll wait. It's just coming through the relay. Yes, we can see the French Revolution.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So no, we've got that, Dan. All right. So you ready to you ready to go?
Yes, of course. Okay. Hi,
okay,
ladies and
10
gentlemen.
minutes starting now.
Vienna. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Hi from Vienna. I'm not directly in London, unfortunately, as we have lockdown here in Austria. So I will come back here to you with the revolution in mental health. At the very beginning, I would like to introduce you to our journey at Edupression. It was a sunny late summer day several years ago. The last warming rays of the sun were shining on our terrace table. The leaves on the trees were already beginning to change color. A dear friend had announced his arrival at short notice, and we chatted together. After a while, we said goodbye as usual. All the best and see you next time. We both went our ways. The next day, I got a call from his wife. He had took his life this morning. I learned that he had been suffering from depression for a long time. He never spoke to me about it. Thoughts of why came over me and gave me way to other questions, perhaps accusations over the next few days. What if I had been more aware of his health situation? What if I could have helped? What if we had understood his illness better? Well, I believe we have to dig deeper. It's necessary. Depression is a huge problem, not just since the COVID pandemic. More than 300 million people worldwide are suffering from depression. Hundreds of thousands of people commit suicide every year. My friend was one of many. What's actually going wrong at the moment? So many people suffering, dying. A general challenge with mental health, it is often not visible to others, not measurable. Everything else in medicine, we have numbers, data, facts, we measure and interpret our blood values. We use imaging techniques like X-ray, MRI, or ultrasound. And what do we do when patients suffer from depression? What possibilities does our evidence-based medicine currently offer? How do we measure the course of the disease, an improvement, a deterioration, a recovery? Nothing of the sort. We have no or only very few standardized methods of observation beside expert assessments. But a new path is actually opening at the moment, a real opportunity. Imagine if we could objectively determine depression. Imagine we could track the course of depression objectively. Imagine we could predict depressive episodes in advance. We have the tool in our hands, each of us, our smartphone, and the technology is called digital phenotyping. So, what's digital phenotyping now about? First of all, let us clarify the term phenotype. The term phenotype is used to summarize the visible characteristics of an organism. The phenotype is determined by the environment and the genotype, whereby the term genotype refers to the genetic composition of an organism. You might compare your digital phenotype with that of fingerprint. What is now a digital phenotype in regard to depression? The totality of the information that a patient generates, an individual fingerprint. Just remember, phenotype is genotype plus environment. These are types of data, active data and passive data. Active data is the data the patients enter themselves, their actions, their feelings like, I'm feeling down, I'm feeling hopeless, I'm feeling tired, without energy. And fingerprint. So what does this now mean for depression? We're on the edge of a revolution in mental health. From the black box to visualize the illness, diagnostics of mental health and early detection on the one side, active therapy options on the other side. The diagnosis of depression always requires two perceptions. On the one hand, the patient's perception, and on the other hand, the experience and perception of a diagnostician. Thus, in depression, the genotype is the patient's self-perception or the active data side, what patients feel and document themselves, and the passive data side, That is what a trained expert perceive, the passive data side. These are mobile data and environmental data, as already mentioned. Self-perception is very often distorted and is then objectified with the external perception. So, where does edupression currently stand in these developments? Edupression right now has three pillars. The first is psychoeducation, which you will find as essential part of all therapies, be it drug therapy or psychotherapy, based on all international guidelines, be it in German as Drei-Leitlinie or the NICE guidelines from the UK. Secondly, edupression is a fully fledged therapy for patients suffering from mild to moderate depression, based on cognitive behavioral elements, effective and efficient, at least as effective as face-to-face psychotherapy, and at a fraction of the cost. That is what we know until now from our clinical studies. And thirdly, edupression is a measurement instrument. We have, like no other therapy program on the market at the moment, fully implemented the active data side, our medical mood chart, the PHQ-9 questionnaires, psychological procedures such as Stroop, NMAC, and many more. As already mentioned, we are conducting 2 clinical trials with edupression right now. An efficacy study where we compare edupression placebo control group and a study in regard of TRD, therapy-resistant depression. Let us make a short deep dive into the preliminary results of our efficacy study. Here we find already graphically clearly recognizable group differences, which show that there's a clear therapy response. That means a PHQ-9 symptom reduction of more than 50% in the intervention group after about 3 months. On the x-axis, you find the duration of use in weeks, and on the y-axis, normalized depression severity, PHQ-9 is plotted. The intervention group received edupression, while the control group, its active control, received the placebo version of edupression, the same looking app without effective content. So we clearly see that edupression is an effective instrument to treat unipolar depression in a mild to moderate form. So what are our next steps? First of all, we applied for DIGA registration in Germany as a digital therapy for unipolar depression 1 day ago, so that we can be prescribed by doctors and psychotherapists and reimbursed by social insurance companies. Secondly, we are committed to further develop our diagnostic capabilities using digital phenotyping techniques. And what we believe is certain, however, is that already now we can reduce the number of patients suffering from chronic and treatment-resistant depression. It is also certain that we can already offer many people help that they would never have received before in this quality and scope. Looking back what we already achieved, we are sure to be able to detect in the future depressive episodes in advance and be able to prevent them with rapid therapy intervention. I hope in the future other patients will be spared the fate of my friend. So thank you so much for your attention, and it was a great pleasure speaking to this audience.
Thank you very much, Dan, and thank you for making your time in Austria. That was quite a sobering story, wasn't it? So I think we got Weaver next, which is fantastic. We have you in person, which is delightful. So do come up onto the stage. And who do we have presenting? What's your name? Emmanuel? Yes. Lovely. And your role in the organization?
So I'm the Market Development Director.
Market Development Director. All right. I'll give you a 3-minute and a 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, hello everyone. So I'm Emmanuel. I work at Weaver, and I'm not from health tech or med tech. I'm from fintech. I'm here to talk about embedded banking, embedded finance services, and how we work with digital platforms and marketplaces such as health tech, med tech, or wellness platforms. I actually joined Weaver in January 2020, and I was employee number 6. We have seen since grown quite a lot. We are about 40 plus employees now. We've gone through 3 rounds of seed funding. We've raised $14 million US. We've got some amazing VCs backing us. Headline, QED Investors, Anthemis, and Seedcamp. And we're currently raising for Series A, shortly about to close. So what do we do at Weaver, or what is our vision? We basically an open platform for embedded finance, and we are here to try to disrupt. We're not the only disruptors, but we certainly have a very unique model in order to enable digital platforms, digital marketplaces to actually embed, to bring the bank into the application. And we do this in a way that is very cost effective, and also provide a very fast route to market, because we can do that in the space of as little as 5 weeks. It was supposed to be animated, but obviously something's gone wrong. But I wanted to start with how payments, or perhaps how you think sort of payments work today for digital platforms in your space, whether you are in medtech, health tech, whether you're in telemedicine, whether you provide clinical trials or wellness application. You're going to have an ecosystem where you're going to have different parties to your service or to your products. You're going to have your suppliers, you're going to have your manufacturing, you're going to have your distribution, you're going to have your R&D labs, you're going to have your service providers, maybe your clinicians, your pharmacy for medication fulfillment, and then you're going to have your end users, and you're going to have your customers. Of course, all of these different services and products require you to process payments, to take payments, or to make payments. So typically, you're going to have your payment gateway and your float account, which is typically a PayPal or a Stripe, which is where you receive payments. So those are your pay-ins, typically from your users or from your customers. And then you're going to have your various banking relationships. It could be because of the type of services or the type of products that you have. You may need to have different banks. Depending on the type of jurisdictions or countries that you operate in, you're going to need also to have different banks. The result here is that in order to scale a business, such a model in terms of payments that support a core service is very complex. The payments are typically very slow, clunky, and very costly. And from a user experience, from a UX perspective, usually it's pretty horrible, whether you are a supplier or an end user or consumer. It's not a very nice UX to have. So this is where Weaver comes in. So we effectively bring the bank. All our services are white labeled. And we can bring in all the different type of services that you would normally use as part of external banking, such as IBANs, direct debits, cards, wearables, bank transfers, Google Pay, Apple Pay, all those kind of services that all of us are familiar with, we can bring in-app. And you can not only bring that within your application, but you also can bank the entire ecosystem that you have as well, depending on the models that you want. So you can bank your suppliers, you can bank your manufacturers, your distribution, your as well, especially if you have a subscription model. And you therefore do not need the external banking relationship because everything is brought within the app. In terms of the type of use cases that I am currently working on and discussing and onboarding customers on, we have a number of platforms that work across a range of different use cases like telemedicine, medication fulfillment, the sort of health service with a concierge type of service, if you think about fertility platform, or perhaps, if you want as sort of parents to be in terms of surrogacy journeys, you're going to have different steps across all these journeys. I've gone through it myself in the US, so I know it's quite complex, from, the initial sort of diagnosis to, perhaps needing, egg donation, having to do the journey abroad, having to open escrow account abroad, etc. All of this is very complex, lengthy, and very costly. You also have wellness and health benefits platforms, especially within the employee benefit space.
I had to have a really serious look at what I was doing and how I could really serve my community better. And I think the one thing that really struck me as a doctor was how much of COVID was affecting people who are vulnerable, with chronic diseases, and who really had disease that we know is preventable or at least modifiable. And that's huge and very, very upsetting, I think, for most healthcare practitioners. My husband, who's a graphic designer, said, great, well, you're a doctor, go and do something doctory. And he was right, and human health was born. And really, I started just talking to my existing group of patients who are really keen for help with their existing chronic diseases, particularly around their gut health, hormone health, symptoms like anxiety, and fatigue. And it's really grown from there. So I'm looking for funding to help me increase our membership and really to create an online education platform, because this is something really struck me, was how little people understood about their health, and also to train more healthcare professionals to face the same direction as me. My vision is that every single person in the UK will want to dial up to speak to a human health doctor to discuss their health, rather than calling up to ask for another tablet or an operation to help with their illness. So the current landscape at the moment is that we are living longer, but we are not living healthier lives. We have got a real treat and not prevent mentality. And of course, there's a huge lack of information. Dr. Google, influencers, bloggers dominate the medical health arena, and this is deeply upsetting for me. The NHS service, as we know, we don't need to go into that further, but it's in trouble. And really, I think this saying really couldn't be more pertinent than any time now. So what could be a solution? I propose a holistic one that really incorporates a deep dive into cellular processes, really understanding what's happening, looking at that genetic loading of the gun before lifestyle factors pull the trigger. We are very, very aware of how epigenetics can be modified, and this is powerful information in the right hands and with the right direction. So that's attained through cellular testing, and of course then creating a personalized care plan. Who do we target? Well, I'm certainly talking to my patients, who are mostly women. They are between the ages of 35 to 55. This represents a huge, huge proportion of the population. And this is over 9 million plus people, basically, with a very large market share. These women are computer fluent, they are digitally savvy, they are financially independent, and they want to help. And they're going to the wrong places at the moment for help. So I'd like to introduce Human Health to you. This is a doctor-led, patient-focused membership program that really creates a very personalized cellular deep dive into patients' health, with a real program to support them through a journey. We do this through the fact that we're doctor-led. We have a functional medicine approach, which, again, as I've kind of outlined already, it's this genetic understanding of cellular processes on a genetic level combined with lifestyle factors that are modifiable. We create a personalized health solution, and really importantly, we support people in a community. Our members become part of a human health community and a membership there that is really supportive. So not only do they dial into weekly sessions where they can find out about inflammation and how that's furthering their difficulty in weight loss, for example, but it also provides a huge internal support network. They become their own support, which is really, really powerful, because we want people to be responsible for their health. This is all deliverable online, and we are delighted there's such an incredible wealth of fantastic science out there that really helps us deliver this information through genetic testing, through gut microbiome testing, and also hormonal health. We also combine this with wearables, so people are able to use this, for example, with the Oura Ring or with continuous glucose monitoring as well. The process, this is the flow, and really quickly just to outline it, people dial in for a discovery call. We make sure that they're the right fit for us, and vice versa, because there is a lot of work to be done and they need to be ready. We're ready. Are they ready? There is the one-to-one deep dive, which is at least an hour of consultation time with a doctor, followed by this creation of a personalized plan. And then the 3-month health journey is created, where they are seen by myself or a specialist nurse every 2 weeks for an intensive period for 3 months. They are also able to join in on these group sessions, which allows us to disseminate medical information on a fantastically wide level. They then can drop down onto a maintenance program. So I'm delighted that we launched this in January of this year, and we've been running now for 10 months. And we have, and I've invested quite a lot of my own money into this, but we have managed to deliver 67 health assessments. We have enrolled 30 members, and we have raised over £80,000 worth of revenue, with an average spend between £2,000 to £2,500 per person. And we're delighted that we've been able to affiliate ourselves and partner with some fantastic brands like Mindful Chef, Fitology, which is a women's only gym, and as well as the clinic, and other important platforms that are going to facilitate education for healthcare professionals. We've had some great feedback, which is the most important bit, really, that over 78% of people have really described that they've had significant improvements in their health in a relatively short period of time. 9 out of 10 of them would recommend us on to family and friends. And to me, the fact that we get these sorts of testimonials where I've signed up to Human Health and I can genuinely say it feels like this is the thing I've been waiting for my entire life. And for me as a doctor delivering this, I know that this is the medicine that I've been waiting to deliver my entire life. There are several revenue streams within what we're delivering, but these are all scalable, and things that we can add to, including packages that are, bolt-ons, as it were, where people can pay for more testing, the wearables, prescriptions, and the online education aspect as well, if they wanted to. And there are people out there doing things that we're doing, but I think no one's doing it in the collaborative whole way that we are. And this is really key. I think for us, the fact we're offering the one-to-ones with patients, the group sessions, and the online access is actually our silver bullet, as it were. And that's been really powerful for us. So our go-to marketing plan is really doing more of what we're doing already, which is marketing and associating ourselves with local clinics, be it medical or aesthetic ones, and also local gyms. We have got lots of marketing plans digitally, including pay-per-clicks and social media marketing. We work with a PR company to raise our profile in some serious health journals and broadsheets. And of course, our word of mouth has been our most powerful tool really to date. So this is the team. We are all passionate and driven, and we're all absolutely immersed in this. So it's fantastic to have a group of people behind me that are helping drive this. This is our plan. I think the most important bit for me is the next step would be to really go for it with the online education platform to offer information to the general public, where they're then able to access and pay for more one-to-one help, where they can actually sign up for programs, which would then take them forward. Then, of course, the training for doctors and coaches. So I'd like to end with my why. And I know that when I see a woman who's come to me, who's absolutely on her knees, and they often are, and they're often been sent in by their husbands and on the verge of divorce or about to lose their job, that bit of me that actually can help communicate and understand and put all the pieces of that jigsaw together comes alive. And really, it's not about relieving suffering so much, it's about letting these women really flourish and excel. So thank you.
Very much indeed, Moni. Okay, so by my expectation, I am going to have Anastasis Biotech. Is that correct? Lovely. And what's your name? Karima. Okay, lovely. And what's your role with the company? You're project manager. Lovely. All right, thank you. Well, I'll give you just a 3-minute and a 1-minute. Okay, and the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Karima, and I'm project manager at Anastasis Biotech. We're a therapeutics company with a unique drug delivery platform that allows us not only to block 2 cancer-causing mutations that affect 14 million people globally, but also to be developing an antiviral therapeutics that can specifically target the replication of our lovely little friend SARS-CoV-2 virus. As I mentioned before, the core of our business is our drug delivery platform that's based on a antennapedia, which is a cell-penetrating protein. It can go in and out of every single cell unannounced and undetected. And the uniqueness and beauty of this platform is that we can attach whatever therapeutic molecule that we like, and it will be delivered to all cell types and subcellular compartments, such as nucleus. And most excitingly, this protein can cross the blood-brain barrier that can open this whole new avenue for the development of intracerebral therapeutics, such as Alzheimer's drugs. We are testing the efficacy and safety of our drug delivery platform on 3 different systems, 2 of which are cancer drugs, S4 and AB1, that target the Notch mutations and P53 mutations, which are the most common mutations in cancer. And also we are developing an antiviral therapeutic that specifically targets the enzyme that is crucial for the replication and survival of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Now, I would like to talk a little bit more about each of our products. Our first product is S4 product. And in biology, we have different pathways, and they have to be switched on or switched on at particular times. And when this balance is disrupted, disease occurs. And cancer is probably the prime example of these diseases. And in Notch mutated cancers, that are 40% of all cancers, Notch mutation is overactive, and it causes cancer stem cells, which are the driving force of tumors and metastasis, to continually grow and divide, which obviously leads to poor prognosis and ultimately death. So our S4 drug targets this mutation by delivering a dominant negative mastermind protein that completely switches off the Notch pathway in cancer cells. So by switching off this mutation, we eradicate cancer and we cause the cancer cells to die. Our preclinical data set has demonstrated that our drug is safe and non-toxic and non-immunogenic. And also our in vivo work has demonstrated that delivering this drug significantly reduces the tumor growth and increases the survival rate. Our second product, AB1, is also based on the drug delivery platform, and it targets P53 mutations. P53 mutations are by far the most common mutations in cancer. They affect 60% of cancers. And in cancers that harbor these mutations, the pathway that is responsible for programmed cell death, apoptosis, is switched off. In this case, we are delivering a wild-type P21 protein, which is downstream of the normal P53 pathway, to switch back on this pathway and cause cells to commit suicide. And again, just like for S4, we have very convincing proof of concept studies that have shown that our drug is, again, safe and non-toxic, as we expected. And also, it can specifically target P53 mutated cancers. So it has the specificity. So it doesn't affect any cancers with other types of mutations, but P53 mutated cancers responded well to our treatment. Our in vivo work has shown that AB1 is much more effective than standard chemotherapy, but it's even more effective if it's delivered together with chemotherapy. And finally, our, as we like to call it, lockdown baby, is ABC drug. So we are using our antennapedia platform to deliver an inhibitory antibody into all cells that are infected by the virus. And this inhibitory antibody will target the MPRO enzyme, which is specific to coronaviruses. And it's and we believe that our drug will be highly effective against all the new variants, because the MPRO is present not only in all SARS-CoV-2 viruses, but also in all coronaviruses. And due to the nature of our drug delivery platform and the nature of the virus that actually literally affects all cell types, will be able to deliver an inhibitory antibody to all infected cells in a most safe and efficient way. We believe that vaccination rollout is obviously the key to combat this pandemic, but a therapeutic like ours will definitely be the ultimate weapon against it. All three of our products are found in different stages of development. The S4 product is probably at the most advanced stage and very, very close to phase 1-2 clinical studies. AB1 product is slightly behind and at manufacturing optimization stage, and ABC is still in concept stage. So we're asking for a small amount of money to continue our research and to continue with phase 1 studies for S4, completion of IND studies for AB1, and completion of proof of concept studies for ABC. Previously, we've been awarded Innovate UK grant to do some proof of concept studies that allowed us to be at this stage. And but we need more funding to continue. This is our dream team, comprising of world-renowned oncologists, scientists and drug developing specialists, and as well as intellectual property specialists, and myself. And if you're interested in our platform, in our drugs, please feel free to contact either myself or our CEO, Professor Agamemnon Epanetos. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening.
Karim, does Anastasis Biotech have a booth? Can someone find you here tomorrow? But you're around. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. So do we have, is it FIBO? Lovely. And are they coming to us virtually? Superb. Is that, Tom, is that our last one? Wow. We've done it. Well, almost. Actually, fingers crossed.
I'm not sure what's
Lovely.
happening.
And who do we have from FIBO?
Hi, I'm Tiago Sampaio. I'm the R&D director, and we also have another team member here, which is a bit weird because I cannot see her on the platform. But
Fantastic.
I hope she's there.
And you've got slides?
Yes, we got slides.
Great. Okay, so you're going to have 10 minutes. You'll have to keep your own time because I can't really get a signal to you. So just be sensitive to it.
I will share my screen.
And we'll be fine. All right. I'll leave you to it.
Okay. Now we're live. All right. So yeah, thanks everyone. So like I said, I'm Tiago Sampaio, the R&D director, and I have expertise in vaccine research since 2011. And we decided to create a company called Analysis Mode. So just a small correction there. FIBO is a different name.
I can't hear Tiago.
Just a second. I think everyone can hear me, right? Yeah. Hello, can someone confirm if you can read and if you can listen?
Oh, now I can hear you. I couldn't hear you before.
Okay, all right. Anyways, yeah, let's going forward. All right, so we also have Belma here next to me. And
thank you. I'm Belma. I'm head of business development for Analysis Mode, and I have experience in in structural-based drug design, genetic variant creations, and overall genomics and genetics.
all right, so when we look at the problem, we are trying to solve the biomanufacturing scaling. And when we look at the diverse causes of it, especially when you look at the cell and gene therapy, I know you have some kind of treatment manufacturing that cost that will reach up to $1 million per patient, which is outrageous. And if you look what are the main drivers of this, is mostly the complexity of the bioprocessing, or when the scientists trying to do some kind of cell culture, they have to choose the right ingredients, and sometimes the mixture doesn't work. So there's a lot of things that will cause the failure, and it will drive the complexity and the cost up and up. Yeah, so overall, we target the cell and gene therapy, but we also work with all the areas of biopharmaceutical as a whole.
So after we have talked with over 100 it's working in the field of therapy, we have come up with CellSim, and CellSim is an AI-based bioreactor digital twin. And what it does, it simulates thousands of experiment variants to help you scientists make smarter decisions in your experiment and process design. So you choose your initial setup. You can choose different options as environment controls, different media, cytokines, and similar. And in just 1 hour, after the simulation is done, CellSim is able to reduce vein time and cost per patient by 30%. On top of that, you can use the power of AI to collect, process, and curate the vast amount of data that is being produced during the biomanufacturing. And since you are going to simulate your experiment beforehand, you are going to avoid a lot of material waste and contamination. And you are going to have a chance to increase your batch yield by 5%. And in order to integrate all of this into your processes, you will have 0% upfront hardware cost, and you're going to have a really easy time integrating this. And another value that we are really proud of is that our AI will give you actionable process optimization recommendation, which can help you scale out or up your processes.
All right, I know that sounds a little bit like magic, but let's explain here. So if you're a cell therapy manufacturer, you most likely collect a lot of data, right? So one of the things that we do is we get this experimental data, from a cell culture, let's say 14 days data, and we add this into our solution. And our solution has this AI that would analyze that data and try to figure out what's the best combination of ingredients and what is the best bioprocess for you to have a higher yield or lower cost. And this process of running this AI would actually take only 1 hour simulation. And the end goal that we want to provide to the customers is that you can actually increase your capacity of therapy manufacturing. So we can actually bring you from 0 to 100, which is quite impressive when we look at each treatment costing $1 million. Just one last point, which is our solution is totally friendly for, let's say, a scientist that doesn't have any AI knowledge or any kind of technical knowledge. So it's a web-based, and we have all the AI complex things living on our side. So the end customer, the scientist, would only look at the actionable insights and the already digested information. And last year, we were actually quite busy. So you see, we created this spin-off of the company 2 years ago. And last year, we started joining many competitions in health tech because we had this amazing AI power, and we want to figure out how to better fit the market. And we founded the biomanufacturing, especially in cell therapy. It was a really good niche. So we managed to win 10 of these competitions worldwide. And we applied for a 4 million EU grant to help us bridge the further validation of the product. Even though it's already going through customer pilots, we want to bring more academic studies and have partnership with laboratories and so on. And also last year, actually this year, we won the EU Accelerator for medical manufacturing, which was a very big point for us.
And during this session, it is where we actually identified what our target market is to help with the growing number of cell and gene therapies being developed, and developers, big pharma companies are turning to CDMOs for help. And this in turn has put a lot of pressure on CDMOs especially the ones who were dealing with preclinical development. They have a lot of different challenges that they are facing, from transitioning from research to manufacturing, from scaling out, choosing what type of bioreactor they are going to pick. And there's a lot of different choices, and the market is growing. There are at least 100 therapies being developed at the moment, and we are here to focus on CDMOs that are dealing with cell and gene therapies and biologics related to that. And then in addition to that, we want to partner with bioreactor manufacturers as Eppendorf or Thermo Fisher. We have been doing this quite extensively last period. We have talked with different people of different companies from the industry, including Eppendorf, Merck, Lonza, Takeda, Karolinska. And also we have partnered with academic institutions as Karolinska Institute and Uppsala University. Additionally, we are supported by different startup incubators as Helsinki Health Incubator Media Inception Program. We are really working into extending our network and our partners, and we are really hoping that this event is going to bring us more.
Now, to get started, to get the full benefit of our solution, you, as a biomanufacturer, you have to ask yourself the question if you are AI ready. What I mean is, do you have a data collection process, right? So if you already have this data curated, and if you have a standard of this data, then you're ready for going for a yearly license of the cell sim. So our product then would accept this data, which would be uploaded by the scientist or the responsible for the data handling, and would be able to get that data automatically, analyze it, and would run the simulations, trying to replicate, that experimental data into in silico simulations. And this will bring the value of reducing the cost per patient of the manufacturing up to 30%. And like I said, you can actually grow the capacity of making the treatments. But just one note, we only have 2 slots available. So if you're interested, you should go fast for this one. But on the other side, if you don't have the data, if you don't feel like you're AI ready, we can also help you, because we offer this bioprocessing 4.0 3-month training, in which we actually will transform your data into value. So it's not much about using our platform, but we actually help you to get into this new edge of the industry. So for you to have a notion, the 14 days experimental data of cell cultures is valued at 200,000 euros. Yes, your data is worth a lot, and you should take advantage of that urgently. If you don't, someone else will do that for you. And for this training, we have 3 slots left, and we have this promotional price of 9,000 euros to get started. And overall, the team is very happy and waiting to work with all of you. And we have a combined expertise. So we have 50 years, but this would mean that we have industry expertise of artificial intelligence, of myself, vaccine research. We have genomics, have data set processing and curation. We even have a former director which was dealing with AI enterprise connections within the healthcare sector. So we have the know-how, and we have been into the field of being a lab technician or a bench scientist. So we feel the pain and we know how to fix it. And just to go for the next one, for you that you're an investor. So right now we have a growth. It's quite a good growth. So we have estimated to be 300,000 revenue, and this is our 2nd year. And we just got this 4 million euro grant. But we still have plans to raise 1.2 million euros round for the end of next year. But let's keep in touch. We are looking more into scale up. But in any case, it's always good to meet you. So thank you. And just to keep on one last phrase, we want to scale the biomanufacturing with 0 upfront cost, which everyone says is impossible, but we can make it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. So that, I think, concludes the presentation of, I think we had 10 in all. Novelins, I think, wasn't able to pitch today, but hopefully you judges have had time to deliberate and cogitate. When are we presenting the results? We got that? Is that Tom? So we're presenting it today? All right. Okay. Fantastic. Good. So we were thinking around. So I guess you guys go off and have a coffee, deliberate, cogitate, and come back and spit it out. All right. Okay. So why don't we? Do you think we'll be ready at 5? Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's all reconvene in 5. And even if you've presented, and drag anyone else from to come back at 5, so that we can give the winners a good round of applause. All right.